Did I really just forget that melody?
No.
When I popped off, then you go gave me just a little bit of la chop. Baby, so cold, he from the north, he from the Canada. Bankroll so low, I got nothing else that I can withdraw. Ran up the dough, I shot my wrist, it go like sha sha sha, sha sha sha. I got your bitch singing la 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 la, la la la. I shot my wrist, it go like sha sha sha, sha sha sha. I got your bitch singing la 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 la, la la la. How I try like that. How I walk like that. How I try like that. Married to the grind about my ring. I'm Coney, mucho goody, want to dip. Modest with my jewels, but check the bag. Finally got the money, say my thing. When I popped off, then you go gave me just a little bit of la chop. Baby, so cold, he from the north, he from the Canada. Bankroll so low, I got nothing else that I can withdraw. Ran up the dough, I shot my wrist, it go like sha sha sha, sha sha sha. I got your bitch singing la 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 la, la la la. I shot my wrist, it go like sha sha sha, sha sha sha. I got your bitch singing la 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 la, la la la. How I try like that. How I walk like that. How I try like that. When I popped off, then you go gave me just a little bit of la chop. Baby, so cold, he from the north, he from the Canada. Bankroll so low, I got nothing else that I can withdraw. Ran up the dough, I shot my wrist, it go like sha sha sha, sha sha sha. I got your bitch singing la 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 la, la la la. I shot my wrist, it go like sha sha sha, sha sha sha. I got your bitch singing la 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 la, la la la. How I try like that.
Tennis all splintered, folded in a inner. Another lonely night, visiting is for beginners. Forcing my own sin before I give up. The summer's coming
soul. Feel it in my bones, feel it in my bones. I'm a saint, I'm a saint, I'm a soul. Feel it in my bones, feel it in my toes. I'm a saint, I'm a saint, I'm a soul.
Saint-like.
I'm sick and tired of waiting. I'm sick and tired of waiting by the phone. Oh, I know you're home. Oh my God, Becky, look at that. Wrist on ice with the 40 states up. Got
Yo! I'm actually still finishing my food. So if you guys got any good videos, we can react Andy while I'm eating. Go on. Sure. How you doing, by the way, Magma? What's up?
With my chin up high, fuck 'em all, fuck 'em back. You think I'm ugly, I don't care. You think I'm dumb, I don't care. You think I'm scum, I don't care. Bitch, I make my money. Party till I die. With my chin up high, fuck 'em all, fuck 'em back. Twerk like it's my last day on this earth. Let the dollar make a work. People always hating, but the more they hate, the more I work. Everybody say they're lit, but all they do is showing shit. In my street, like the slaves, bitches always kiss my feet. Stay out of my way, you bitch. I can deal with your fake ass meat. They thought that I had stopped. It was over, I had dropped. Bitch, I had my plans out here. I'm only just at my start. You will have to kill me to make me fucking stop.
Yeah, I heard about that, Magma.
You can hurt me, only God.
What the fuck is this?
With my chin up high, fuck 'em all, fuck 'em back. Twerk like it's my last day on this earth. Let the dollar make a work. Party till I die. With my chin up high, fuck 'em all, fuck 'em back. Twerk like it's my last day on this earth. Let the dollar make a work. I ain't scared of death, but I fear them as dead as breath. All the drugs in your veins, I am blessed with the smartest brain. I remember your laugh when I was at my worst. Let me tell you, piece of scum, I'm supported from above. Your man in my DMs while you're talking shit behind my back. All the shit you said made you look like a little bitch flathead. Your opinion, bitch, fuck that. What do I think of you? How I love in your face, bitch, if you only knew. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha.
I cannot. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Okay. The other one. Funny Japanese heavy metal. Why is it funny?
Too much bra in my bathroom. Too much bra in my room. Too much bra. Too much bra. I kiss the bloody gentle. I kiss the bloody ass. Too much bra. Too much bra. I get the bloody baseball bra.
I'm gonna skip for now. Rob.
I was a very ordinary child. I just love only human being. So I killed them. So I killed them. I wash my hands over and over, over and over. I wash my hands over and over, over and over. I am innocent. I am innocent. Too much breath, too much breath, too much breath, too much breath. There isn't a better way with an ancient, with the ancient. I never saw anything with the ancient, with the ancient. He was empty, empty soul with the ancient, with the ancient. This is the moment he was born, always with the ancient, with the ancient. Something infecting with the ancient, with the ancient. There was nothing, 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 nothing with the ancient, with the ancient. I wash my hands over and over, over and over. I wash my hands over and over, over and over. I am innocent. I am innocent. Too much blood, too much blood. In my bathroom, too much blood, too much blood. Breathe at me from my chest to all. Breathe at me, please take my hand, take my hand. I want my hand over and over, over and over. I'm fucking innocent. I'm fucking innocent.
Holy shit, he bowed at the end. Oh my god, I forgot that's Japanese. Holy shit! Over under over. Poetic Assassin. Inverti in Darkness.
This really brings back the memory when I have to go to the gathering and sit through 2 hours of lung busting off key all over the place karaoke.
True! Oh my fucking god. Dude, if that's his wife, that's a keeper. That is a keeper. She's just there to support his husband's passion. That's a keeper right there. Holy shit. Alright, man. That was an interesting you know, yeah, man. Mr. Trap, did you... Oh my god, hold up. I need water. Spicy food always fucked up my throat. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Suggestion. Okay, hold up. How you guys doing, by the way, chat? Forgot to say hi to you guys all. Lucas, Magma, Saints, One Sin. How you guys doing? Oh my god, sorry. I just finished my dinner. Ha blah 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 blah. Oh, Humble Bundle? What is it this time? The usual. What you got for dinner? This time is actually a what's it called? Hold up. I got the note. Wait, where is it? Beef mayo wrap. It's like a kebab, but not really. I don't know how to call it. I guess it's just a wrap with some beefs and veggies. Pretty simple. It's like kebab taco stuff. Fancy stuff? I wouldn't say it's fancy. It's like an everyday thing. It's $3. Which is pretty cheap. Although it is a promo, to be fair. It was a promo. Jesus, hold up 1 second. How do I do this? What do you guys have for dinner or lunch, chat, for today? Depending on where you at, of course. Beautiful. Hold up, I need to add one more ice cube. Dude, cold brew is fucking amazing. There's just something about it. You know what I mean? I sounds like an addict. Alright, let's check this out. Boomer Shooter Bundle. Dusk, Amid Evil, Ion Fury, Dread Templar, H-Rot, Ultra Kill. I already have this. Proteus, I already have this. Head On, Project Warlock, Hellbound. I mean, in this list, the games that I want to try is only Dusk and H-Rot. Amid Evil, it's aight. Ion Fury also, it's aight. It's not really my fanciness. I like the more demonic shooter. If we were talking about boomer shooter. What about the Dread Templar? I never heard of this. The title is so edgy. Oh, slow-mo? Oh, this one looks more like Half-Life rather than Quake. Right? Or not Half-Life, I would say Painkiller. We got dash and blades. Looks a pretty decent mindless shooter, not gonna lie. The enemy looks the same, though. The slow-mo is pretty sick. I don't know, though. I mean... Oh, shit. That's aight, I'm gonna be honest. That's aight. What is this? Better watch this before 2022? Oh shit, too late. Oh. Oh, it's like 2021 memes. What is this? Okay. No name? Whoa, 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 whoa! Jesus Christ! Okay, that was a lot. Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh, the fucking horror game. Oh, I see tele. That's nice. Dude, I forgot Poppy Playtime got a new trailer. I actually haven't watched it just so we can watch it on stream. 10 days ago. Fuck. 23 million. Okay, let's check it out. Is it already out?
Terrible things have happened. Where do I even begin? You are perfect. Too perfect to lose. You're in grave danger. She's watching your every move.
This is pretty good. Holy shit.
So you better be careful. Mommy doesn't like guests.
Mommy?
New playmate.
Oh god.
It's been so long.
Okay, this dude. Who made this game? Who's Mob Games? Why are they so good? Wait, why is it released on Android? Can this game even launch on Android? That's actually amazing, considering how good the graphics is. What the fuck? Wait, what? Really? Okay, impressive. Alright, hold up. What is this mob game, guys? Did I ever make games before? Main development team, the company is Enchanted Mob Examination. Like, not gonna lie, for a company that I never heard of, Oh, it's a small indie team as well. For a company that I never heard of, the fucking game was actually fucking good. Visually, audio, the audio is really good. The audio in the game, when we play chapter 1 on stream, right? The audio is actually impressive. Like, they make the echo of the screams or the sound effects of each of the button. Like, it's so good. Like, it's not some cheap audio effects. That's what makes it very creepy as well in the game. That's cool. That's cool. When can we play it? They don't make any release date. Okay. That's cool. Genshin runs on on phone, so true. But Poppy Playtime is different though. Like Genshin is like anime graphics, right? This is like realistic, like semi-realistic. Well, not semi. Like it's trying to do the realistic graphics, even though there's no human or anything, obviously. But you know what I'm talking about. Oh my god! All I see is fucking YouTubers. I just want to show. Oh wait, the mobile looks different. I think I died. I think I died on this part. Like not in game. I died in real life. Like, yeah, that shit's fucked me up. Oh yeah, I mean it's scaled down so much. It doesn't even have a shadow. But they know their market. Because this game's very popular with kids. They know their market. You can play GTA 4 on phone? For how long before it explodes? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it can run it, but it looks, you know, yeah, it looks aight. It looks aight. Not bad, not bad. There's a lot of, I mean, I have seen some really good graphics on mobile as well. But games like Genshin, like you can play it on mobile, sure, but you cannot play on any mobile. Like I have like a very average $200 smartphone. It's a Xiaomi Redmi Note 5. No, not Xiaomi, Redmi Note. Redmi Note 5. It's above average, but it's not high end. And if I try to play Genshin, it's like, just, It's either the phone's gonna turn into a fucking iron, heat up so much, or just like it's gonna stutters here and there, which is not playable. So you know, you kind of need a high end phone, in a way. It is the man, the myth, the legend, Senpai Slytherin. I've been watching for months now, but I just haven't ever commented. But I wanted to see your marketability. I would like to be a participant in the House of Slytherin. Ooh, ooh. I'm a Gryffindor. I'm sorry, man. I did the test. I got into Gryffindor. I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry, man. What is that, Saints? Oh, we already watched this yesterday. It's fucking amazing. But I'm done to watch it again. This is actually insane. It's like the right amount of creepiness. The title is Biblically Accurate Angels, animated. Like, this is actually amazing. If this is what angels looks like on heaven, do you guys still want to go to heaven? I don't know, man. Hanging out with Satan sounds a little bit more chill, I think. Like, we know he's like, you know, horns and all that, you know. And the angels kind of... I don't know, but I cannot seem to get along with Hufflepuffs. I would ask if it was my dad. Ask about what? Test? What test? Like, I think there's like an official house, like Harry Potter test where you can like, you know, it's a fun thing, but it's like, you do the test and the web will tell you, oh, you're Gryffindor or you're Slytherin. I forget what it's called. Yeah, it's like Harry Potter house tests or some shit like that. Okay, wizardingworld.com. There you go. I think that was it. I'm not sure. It was a long time ago. I was still in college when I did the test. It might be this one. I'm not sure. Oh my god. Why Playboy Cardi is better than Beethoven. What is this, man?
Yo, what's up, Vamps? Cardi Stand 445 here, back again with another classic. So, we all know that music has been around for a long time. It's been around since Elvis Presley and Michael Jackson times, basically the BC era of music. But did you know music existed even before that? Yeah, I know, that's pretty crazy. I was astonished when I found that out too. Apparently, in the caveman era, where they wore wigs and fruity clothes, there was an artist named Beethoven. And back then, there was a lot of hype around him. So my curiosity...
They called Beethoven an artist.
got the best of me, and I listened to a few of his tracks, and I was flabbergasted, dumbfounded, discombobulated at how trash this music was.
Whoa!
It made me think, why is this man even remembered and considered a legend in everybody's elementary school music class? It also made me think, why don't I compare one of the greatest musicians of all time, Playboy Cardi, with this overrated
Playboy
old
Cardi?
man? I mean, they both make classic music, although for the other guy that's debatable. So why not show you why Sir Jordan Terrell Carter is better than Beethoven? By the way, if y'all didn't know, I'm a day one Cardi stan. I've been bumping his music ever since he was Millie rockin' in New York. I even loved Whole Lotta Red when it first dropped. I didn't forget you fake Cardi stans hating on it and saying Mario Judah's Whole Lotta Red was better. I didn't forget that. I remember. Y'all fake. I'm real. Sorry. I just had to get that off my chest. Anyways, I'm a real Cardi fan.
To be fair, Whole Lotta Red is fucking dope though. I actually like Whole Lotta Red. It's not whoa, but I actually jam to some of the songs.
Now let's get back to the facts. In this comparison, I'll be going over the 3 essential categories that makes an artist great. Those categories being legacy, lyrics, and music listening experience. And both artists will be scored out of 100 in each category. Anyways, no more peeing on the urinal cakes. Let's get this started. Alright, so first up we got legacy. Now, an artist's legacy shows the impact the artist and his work had on the musical landscape. True. And I feel there's no better man that has had a bigger impact in history than Playboy Cardi. This man has only made instant classics, has one of the greatest unreleased music catalogs in history, has had a baby with a top 5 rapper, and he fine. No homo, but maybe a little homo. Like, come on, this man has long time, R.I.P., Flatbread Freestyle, Shooter, R.I.P. Fredo, and Poke It Out all on the same album. We gonna forget about that Nicki first though. This man's fan base is full of the most intelligent smart individuals out there. We got future rocket scientists in this fan base. And the man has created vampires. What has this man not done? It's
Oh,
clear
yeah.
this man will
That
not
sounds a
only leave a
jammer.
legacy in the hip hop community for years to come,
Fame,
but also be in the
anthem.
history books known as the prophet of our society. I'm giving Cardi 100 out of 100.
Okay, dude, I'm done. This guy's trolling. Holy shit.
The legacy category. Now we have Beethoven. Honestly, I personally never met anybody in my life that listens to Beethoven. Like seriously, when was the last time you was driving with your friend and he said, "Hey yo, put on some Beethoven next"? Nigga, if you don't get out my car. But that has never happened to you because no one has ever said that ever in the history of mankind. But I'll give him this. You know, he's still talked about today. He still got some clout after 1,000 years later.
True.
Orchestra teachers
Hello,
love
what's
him,
up, Aiden?
and old people love him too. So that's not nothing. I'll give him a 40 out of 100 in the legacy category.
Okay, I cannot. Man, listen. This could work. But I actually listen to classical music. Like it's not like, oh yeah, I listen to, Pharrell or something. No, I actually listen to a lot of classical music. Okay, this is too far. This is too far. All right.
Obviously, he's not Cardi level, but he has a whole movie named after him, so I'll give him that. Next category, we have lyrics. Lyrics are an essential part to an artist's music.
Okay,
Lyrics
dude.
could be a way to connect with an artist's inner deep, true feelings and emotions.
Oh,
And Playboy Cardi is
Give me
one of the
head.
greatest lyricists
give me head.
of all time. The man writes his heart out in every single one of his songs, displaying emotions that only his true fans, like myself, would understand, bringing out his inner Shakespeare on every album. My personal favorite lyrics from Mr. Carter is from his highly acclaimed song, New Tank. In this song, Cardi says these lyrics: "I'm serving that bass, I'm serving that bass, I got me some thoughts, they thought I was gay." Yo. Now, when you analyze these lyrics, it's clear that this is a hidden message of World War II militarization and human trafficking. Let me explain. His opening lyrics, "I'm serving that base," tell the story of the demilitarization of Japan's army after the World War II. But Cardi says
serving
he's
that
serving his
base.
base,
I'm serving
meaning
that
he
base.
won't abandon his country of Japan, no matter what. Thank you for serving our country, Cardi. And his second line, "I brought me some thoughts," has a subliminal message of the terrors of the human traffic industry, saying how easy it is to acquire
Oh my
a woman,
God.
aka thoughts, in the underground. And the lyrics, "they thought I was gay," it's just a fun, quirky joke of him saying that he listens to Drake. This man is a genius
Okay.
when writing a song. And lyrics with hidden meanings like what I just showed you is in all of his songs. We are witnessing
Holy
a modern
shit.
day MLK in our eyes.
Too far.
And that's why Cardi deserves nothing less than a
Than
500
100.
out of
Okay,
100
babe.
in lyrics. Now let's move on to Beethoven.
Symbolic.
Oh wait, he doesn't have any.
Oh yeah, dude. Ooh, funny.
This sorry excuse of a musician doesn't even have lyrics in his song. And when I tried to look them up, these things popped up. What is this? Morse code? Who writes their music like this? Come to find out he was deaf his whole career. How he make music if he can't hear it and don't know what it sounds like? He had to have a ghostwriter. Ain't no way. And for that alone, Beethoven gets a 0 out of 100 in lyrics.
Oh my
You know what? I'm being a little too nice. Fucking negative 2,000. He ain't even try. Last but not least, we got the music experience. Even though all the categories I've mentioned before are a vital part in what makes an artist good, at the end of the day, if the music doesn't sound good, I'm not listening to it. So let's listen to some Playboy Cardi and Beethoven and judge which one of them actually has the better music. First up, Senor Cardi.
Oh my fucking god, Jesus fuck. I like how they put Ronaldo in the background for the bass boosted. It's so accurate.
That was beautiful. This is what you call real music. Cardi's always either got me floating or happy like a little boy. His music is so ahead of its time.
weeps.
When we in the year 5000 with flying cars and 2 billion genders, his music will still be playing on the radio, top of the charts. And for that, this was a 1,000,000 out of 100 music experience. They don't make them like this anymore. Anyways, let's listen to Beethoven. See, I told you that was fucking garbage. Some of the worst
Okay,
sound
man.
I've ever witnessed. Like Beethoven, I get that you're blind or deaf. Same thing. But you don't gotta make your music sound like speed songs. Ain't nothing good in this kind of music. I've heard enough. That's a solid negative billion. Absolutely nasty toilet sounds for music. I hope that proves
fuck
my
is
point
that?
about Sir Playboy Cardi being the ultimate GOAT and Beethoven just being a poor.
Alright. Good video. Funny. Cardi makes some really good fucking songs though. I mean, Fam Anthem, dude. Ugh. Ooh. Alright, we're not here for that though. Saints, what is this? I know you don't paint or hand draw, but
Cuando entré a la escuela de artes, había un maestro de pintura que tenía fama de ser muy
okay, you just what the fuck? Okay.
Cuando entré a la escuela de artes, había un maestro de pintura que tenía fama de ser muy bueno.
Oh,
Y por supuesto
forget
todo el mundo
to
quería
enter as
estudiar
Leo
con él. Pero encontrar
this whole time.
lugar en su taller era casi imposible. El proceso para poder ingresar a este taller consistía en una prueba de dibujo. Había por supuesto varias personas que deseaban entrar, ¿no? Y todos íbamos a hacer esta misma prueba. Se nos daba un pliego de papel y un carboncillo. Teníamos que
Okay.
hacer un dibujo de un modelo al
This is a
día.
short video, 3
Me
minutes.
senté, acomodé mi papel y comencé a dibujar. El maestro no te decía nada, ¿no? Simplemente caminaba entre los caballetes viendo lo que estabas haciendo. Cuando terminé, el maestro se acercó, vio mi dibujo, me dio un trapo y me dijo, bórralo, vuélvelo a hacer. Lo volví a hacer, esta vez con un poco más de cuidado. Y cuando terminé, se acercó, me dio el trapo de nuevo y me dijo, bórralo otra vez. Me dijo, continúa. Cuando terminé, lo vio y me dijo, bórralo. Le pasé el trapo de nuevo y mi dibujo ya era negro, ¿no? De tanto carbón. El maestro entonces me vio, me dio una goma y me dijo, ok, ahora sácale las luces. En realidad yo estaba muy emocionado, estaba viendo un resultado que nunca antes había visto. Lo detallé, volví a pasar el trapo, volví a utilizar la goma para sacar luces, continué trabajando y detallando el dibujo. Al final vi el resultado y yo estaba muy sorprendido, o sea, eso parecía un dibujo de verdad. Estaba yo nada más esperando que el maestro pasara y me dijera, fírmalo. El maestro se acercó, vio mi dibujo y me dijo, rómpelo. Yo me quedé impactado, o sea, volteé a ver a los otros compañeros que estaban también haciendo su dibujo y muchos de ellos también estaban como yo muy contentos con su resultado. Dijeron, no, o sea, no voy a romper mi dibujo, ¿no? O sea, tengo una semana aquí, o sea, no lo voy a romper y aparte mi resultado está increíble. Entonces lo tomaron y se fueron. Yo tomé mi dibujo y lo rompí. El maestro entonces se acercó y me dijo, ok, el lunes trae tus pinceles, te voy a enseñar a pintar. Y lo que más recuerdo de ese ejercicio era la sensación, o sea, de estar despreocupado por el resultado. Simplemente uno gozaba dibujar. Por supuesto, no estoy diciendo que tengamos que romper nuestros dibujos, ¿no? O que no los valoremos, sino más bien a estar atentos de cuando las expectativas en nuestro propio trabajo nos empiezan a rigidizar. Vamos, nos pasa que cuando trabajamos encima de un papel barato, nos soltamos, ¿no? Y podemos bosquejar con bastante soltura y libertad, pero después a la hora de pasarnos a un lienzo, ¿no? De lino, con una imprimatura de aceite y con nuestros óleos Rembrandt o Winsor & Newton carísimos, nos sentimos rigidizados y no nos estamos permitiendo experimentar, jugar o disfrutar. Yo los invitaría a eso. Cuando vean que un cuadro no está resultando, bórrenlo. Si una pintura la ven rígida, líjenla o cúbranla con una veladura. Vamos, perder el miedo a equivocarse o fracasar. Al final es una pintura, no pasa nada. En el arte no importa si uno fracasa o se equivoca. Lo único importante es cuántas veces uno lo vuelve a intentar.
That's actually a pretty good message. It's not just for artists. It applies to everyone. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Like, you know, it's not like you cannot, like, oh I make a mistake. I'm gonna stop drawing now. Apparently I'm bad. No, just keep doing, man. Just keep doing it. Yeah. You know, just keep doing it. It'll get better. Better, stronger, faster, harder. That's the name of a Daft Punk song. All right. Another vid by that guy? Nah, we're good. Let's try another stuff. Before, oh my god, it's so loud. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Also, what's up, Gara? How you doing? Welcome. How you doing, brothers? God, my throat. Good. Before we jump into Elden Ring. No, actually, never mind. We're good. By the way, for the horror game thingy, yeah, it's still a very, very unoptimized game apparently. Not a very unoptimized, but like you gotta have a very beefy PC to be able to run it properly, which is kind of unfortunate, not gonna lie, but kind of expected it in the first place, so it's kind of, yeah, Martha is dead. I mean, if you look at the fucking trailer, yeah, it's completely understandable. So yeah. I mean, look at this. They're aiming for the photorealistic.
Some of you guys.
Let me just skip. Oh, skip way ahead.
Dad loves these prints.
Look at this graphic.
I prefer honey and milk, but I'll have to adapt to her tastes, obviously.
Garden?
Look at these.
Welcome to the garden, everyone.
This looks like a...
This is a beautiful fucking game, dude.
This looks like a visual benchmark test rather than a game. You know what I mean? Look at that.
Too. Like the movement is kind of slow.
It's crazy.
Alright, so...
But it supports the idea of the game that they're trying to make
Maybe I'm too close.
or deliver.
There we go. So you're about to use Julia's camera. It's
But yeah.
1940 Rolleicord.
I thought about buying it, but horror games aren't a $60 experience for me. Wait, it's $60 for you? I think it's 30 or 20 for me. I think it's 30. Actually, it's not 60. God damn. It's $30. It's 60 for you. I mean, I guess it kind of depends, but yeah, most of the time, horror game is not $60 unless they already have like a huge status, or like the quality or the development team is actually like a huge team. Even Amnesia is like $30. It was not a $60 game. How much is Martha for me? It's high X-ray on things that makes it looks good. True, true. Okay, dude, Martha is Dead is $12 for me. How is it $60 for you? No way, it's $60. You're probably looking at the wrong game. This is $12 for me. No way, it's 60 for you. That actually dog shit. If it's true. Nani? It's 30 euro for me. Yeah. It should be like a price, you know, regional pricing. Americans. No, Saints not from America. Saints from Europe. PlayStation censored the part where he cut off Martha's face. True, true. It's like something that's very crucial in the first episode as well. I feel like they shouldn't have censored that. Like, I don't know. It is already in rated M for mature kind of game. I want to pay using euro. Oh no. I mean, I'm just converting it to dollar because it's I know the conversion to dollar easier than euro. I think euro is a little bit more extra for me. I think. Okay. Last time we were down here when we met Squidward. But I don't know what the fuck is this. There's gotta be something. Oh. What? I have never seen that death animation. Is this dude alive? There's gotta be a lore behind this. Try attacking. You think it's gonna go alive? I don't think so. Vision of a head. Could this be a dog? Snake. Snake. God, my controller analog sword is drifted so bad. Okay, there's nothing here. There's gotta be something though. What? Most of them looks like they died from this guy. I think I'm missing something. Damn. Or maybe they bring the snake over here? Huh. Very mysterious. Okay. Alright, we don't have anything to do here. I noticed there's this small island here. And there's definitely something in there. But I don't know how the fuck to get there. Alright, let's not focus on the side quest. Let's focus on the main quest. We have in progress at fucking all. Main quest! Woldham Catacombs. Alright, last time we were here. I think. Mr. Red, have you played the Aperture Desk Job game? Yes. We played it, I think, 2 days ago when it came out or something like that. It's pretty short. I think it beat in like 30 minutes. It's a very narrative game. It's like a game to showcase the deck, the Steam Deck. Nothing impressive, but I feel like the fact that Valve made a game, it's already impressive itself. So yeah, I don't know. It's a pretty cool game. It's more of like a hardware showcase rather than a. Okay, the fuck are you? All right. Okay then. We got the same weapon, bro. We don't have to fight this. Whoa, did he just change his weapon? Oh, he got two, okay. I thought it's some Bloodborne shit. I rolled too fast. He got some really sick movesets. Damn. He's flexing. Ow. Alright. Oh my god. I'm dead. Okay. Oh my fucking god. This is like a boss fight, holy shit. I'm dead. Holy shit. Come on then. Oh my god. Okay. That was like a mini boss fight basically. Gargoyle's Great Axe. I didn't even get his fucking twin blade. I got the fucking Great Axe. The one that I don't even want. Come on. Alright. At least it was a great fight. Ooh. Alright. Just making sure that there's nothing here. By the way, chat, let me know if there's any extra stutters or in terms of visual or audio on the stream, because there's a new update on OBS and I'm trying out their new settings for the stream. So if there's anything weird, like stutters or janky frames and all that shit, do let me know, so I can change accordingly. Okay. This place is fucking amazing, by the way. Holy shit. Yes, there's always extra stutters. US brain stutters. Good one. What's up, Yua? How you doing? Oh, it's the TP motherfuckers. I forgot how this guy works. I wonder what are those? Are those arrows? There's definitely some war here. Very one-sided war. Jesus, my analog is fucking broken. Looks like it's time for me to buy a DualSense soon. Chillin', exploring Elden 2. Oh shit! You're playing Elden Ring now. Goddamn, welcome, welcome. Do let me know if you need something or ask me any gameplay logic and everything. I got you, I got you. Shroud Brain is just extra weight. True. Good one. Sorry, guys. Excuse me. The lost ashes of wool. If only I had a lover. What the fuck? No key ahead. Ahram. Okay. Looks like we're not supposed to enter from this place. Is that a statue of Tree Sentinel? Jesus. Wait a minute, so Tree Sentinel is from Leyndell? What is it doing all the way in Limgrave? Look, there's a bunch of Tree Sentinel statues. I'm assuming they're like some kind of a commander or like very special guard in this kingdom. The scenery in this game is always fucking amazing. I like how the light is gold as well, the more closer we are to the Earth tree. Still haven't killed Big Boss yet, only killed the first one in the Wolf Dire Cave, getting spells though instead of fighting bosses of now. Hell yeah. You play at your own pace. That's how we play RPG. Hell yeah. Do you think? I don't know much about sorcery in this game. I'm more of a melee guy in Souls game, but hey, I know some of the basic. Okay, looks like there's nothing we can do here right now. The more you go around, the easier the boss will get. Me and Ari just killed one of the hardest boss in my opinion. Whoa. Monka Jiga. You're the one who brings gun to a sword fight. Let's go over here, let's see, real quick. This is an arrow, right? I don't know. You cannot see the end of the other end of the thing. Does that have bad reflexes for dodges and counters? Fair enough, fair enough. Wait. Sorry. You got a chest. I gotta kill him. Can't wait for you to fight it? Is it close to me? It's optional, but it's in Leyndell. No? It's way further? Get to it early? Interesting. So it's like in the early area, like Limgrave and all that stuff. Giant tombstone. Heavily armored knights. Interesting. This place is fucking interesting. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay. It's a snake and a skeleton that spew dark magic. That's impressive. I'm trying to find some... Oh, there's a minor earth tree here. Okay, there's some tough guys at the bottom. I'm trying to find some grace here. Oh, by the way, chat. For any SSD nerd heads, can you guys recommend me like a good SSD to get? I don't know much about SSD other than fucking speeds and bullshit like that. What's going on here? Oh! Whoa! Okay, hello! Oh, okay, there's two of them. Alright, never mind. I'll come back later. Okay! Jesus Christ. Not sure what these guys are. The big guy looks tough as shit. Hello. I'm just here to chill. Oh, it's this guy. This dude almost one-tapped me last time. And he's tanky as fuck. Did my mimic die? From what? Huh? Okay. God damn it. The small mob's kind of annoying. My mimic died from a fucking small mobs. Alright then. Alright then. Probably the weakest Erdtree defender or guardian. Is there anything special? I don't think so. Now that I remember, I actually never killed a single Erdtree avatar. Should probably try. Keep dodging them. Samsung 980 Pro is pretty good. Isn't that the SATA one? I'm actually thinking about getting a NVMe. These dumbasses. Wee. Secret passage ahead. All this place, everyone learned curse spell. I know. The spells looks pretty fucking dope as well. Where are you going right now? I'm just exploring Lanedale area right now. Try to get into the castle from here. I cannot. I noticed there's a passage around here, so we'll see about that. But right now I'm kind of like around this area. I'm assuming there's another entrance over here. So to be honest, I'm just going around aimlessly. See where it can get me. There's 2 of them. It's gonna be oh, there's 3 of them. Ah, shit. Let me try to kill this one. Damn! What the fuck? I deal 4,000 damage? That seems bullshit. Why did I deal so much damage on this guys? I'm assuming it's just because they're critical. They're critically low. I thought we were still under-leveled for the castle. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I feel like the castle. If we're going to the main route area, most of the time you're gonna be over-leveled because if you play like most people that, you know, just traverse most of the optional area, you're gonna be over leveled in no time. That's why I feel like in this area I'm kinda, I wouldn't say under leveled or over leveled, but I'm like just right. Cause I kinda go around, so I'm definitely above the average level. Oh shit, there's down there. They were designated for this area. But at the same time, I think the big guys are scaled pretty good. It's a new kind of tree sentinel. Whoa! This one spews fucking fire. Okay. Fucking A. Okay, he one-tapped me with that one swing. I did not expect that. Alternatively, if you're okay with short lifespan, Corsair MP400 gives you 1 terabyte for a $140. I think I'm fine with around 200. Like initially my aim was either Crucial P1 or what is the other one called? I forgot. I did my own research, but I don't know much about SSD. I'm gonna be honest. Wow, okay. Wow! Jesus fucking Christ. I did not mean to continue the combo. Whoa, okay, bro. Oh, what is that? Okay. Of course. Mimic where? I thought because he moves up. Alright then. I thought because he moves a lot I was gonna summon the wolf instead. Holy fucking shit. But too early. But what? Can you even dodge that? Damn. Okay, bro. Alright, this dude's not fucking around. Oh, it's gone. Okay. Oh, never mind. This guy is a long-range master. You don't wanna fight this guy at long range. I just gotta dodge every single attack. Fuck. Let's use the mimic. Bam, ba da ba da bim. Look at this. I'm not even holding my controller right now. This is the analog drift. Fuck. Is that buddy? Wait! No, you dickhead mimic! Fucking A. I was gonna do a fucking critical hit. Fitta helvete. Wait, where is this? Where's the fucking critical? Ah shit, I fucked up. Oh my god. Thank you, Mimic. Love you. Mwah. Of course, both weapons and armor that I cannot even use. Live has a Dex main. Fuck. Can't use anything in this game. I'm definitely gonna do a strength build for a second run. Fuck this shit, man! There's a lot of drops though. No right ahead. I'm gonna do it anyway. Okay, no right ahead. Fair enough. Elevator. Was it the strength user was sick with Radahn's sword till endgame? To be fair, Radahn's sword is fucking dope as shit though. It deals shit ton of damage and also looks cool. It's a win-win. It's just hard to not use it. Gotta be honest. It's too silent. I do not like this. Oh my god, wait, we're at the feet of Erdtree. Is that a... Holy shit. Why is there so many death? Oh, this guy's alive. Not anymore. Leyndell is connected to the tree? It's like you can get in. Is that a crack of the tree or is that a shadow? Can't tell. Do you get the sword and shield from the tutorial boss? Yes, I think. Although I do not use that. Why has everyone died here? I think it's a crack because you can see a door below. Maybe. Oh! Waifu.
My utmost thanks for bringing me to the base of the Erdtree. Here, I can govern my own movement, and thus, the accord is fulfilled. I shall
My maiden,
depart
chat. Huh?
to ascertain the purpose I was given. Farewell. I shall leave Torrent, and the power to turn runes into strength. Here, with you, I wish you luck in realizing your ambition. You have fought long and hard. I have no doubt you will become Elden Lord. May you take the throne.
No! Well, I am officially announcing that I am now maidenless again. Sag. Any maidens in the chat? I'm maidenless. Hit me up on Tinder. Leyndell, Royal Capital. Holy fuck. That's a huge dragon. Oh. Is there enemies? Plum sword, but behold sound. They don't seem to attack. I'm a chill then. Oh. Alright. I do not want to kill these guys, but they initiate, so... That was a big one. Fuck! This guy knows how to dodge. Not bad. There is a very interesting magic. Who's shooting with me? So get ready to go to VR chat. There's a lot of maidens. Okay, dude, good one. Quote unquote maidens. Oh, what the? All right, that looks tough. Hello. That is long as perfume magic. Okay, deals a lot of damage, but does not even move. Interesting. This looks like a laboratorium. I do not realize you were there. There's an item. Aha. Cave moss. Elevator over here. I'm assuming to go down. Let's not go down yet. Let's check out this area first. I want to look closely to this guy. It's like I don't understand. Oh, there's a shortcut here. Alright. Not yet. They look very interesting. Oh. Alright. Alright, chill, bro. I almost died. Smithing Stone 4? The fuck? Okay. Oh, what the fuck? We're back here. Okay. Gotcha. So that was it. So there's a shortcut here, but I'm not gonna take the shortcut yet. Let's just do proper exploration first, so we don't miss anything. Oh my god. This guy's alive. This one as well. Can't climb this. Ooh. Strong foe ahead. There's a dead drop. Cannot go up. Come back later. Okay, this area is a lot of parkour going on. Oh, it's you. You little shit. Okay, these guys look just dead. They look gave up. I'm not gonna kill them. I feel bad. Did these guys turn into statues or something? I'm assuming these are like the resident of Leyndell originally. There's something very fucking wrong happened here. Most of them looks like a bunch of, you know, smart people bullshit. Like they look like they're here to study. Stuff like that. This one still goes around. I'm not sure who this is. my god, that arrows deals a lot of damage. Okay, gotta kill him first. This dude's annoying. Oh, we're started all the way here. Oh, what is this? It's not open from this side. Gotcha. Hold up. Ow. Not here to fight you guys. Calm down. Not here to fuck this fuckface either. Actually... Okay. This is like an easy farm. Oh, cannot. Yeah, he dropped 3,400 for something that doesn't move. It's actually not bad. Ooh. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, how does oh, there it is. Okay, your magic's fucking bullshit. Perfumer head. Alright. Lore time. In times past, Erdtree capital perfumer. The role of perfumer was much respected. A blessed apothecary. Oh, okay. In the eyes of the many. But after entering the battlefields of the Shattering, they performed no such role, trading their aromatics for poisons and explosives. Interesting. Apothecary is like some kind of a medic, essentially, right? Technically speaking. Wait, did I die down here? Where's my fucking bullshit? Oh, it's right there. Alright, nice aim, Red. Okay. I just lost 29,000. That fuckface with the arrow, he's gonna get a fist in the ass. What? Why is he so fucking overpowered, the damage, for someone so weak? I don't get it. Oh, is it my outfit? Like, he deal as much damage as Tree Sentinel. I don't understand. Oh! Oh! Okay. There's actually a shortcut. Jesus. Come here, you fucked. Okay, dude. This guy deals so much damage. Oh my god. The perfumer also dropped my frames. This is so fucking bad. It is such a bad fucking enemy to fight with a shitty PC. Ah! Stop! Fuck. They know my biggest weakness. Frame drops. Shit. Miranda powder? Oh shit, strong enemy. Hold up, let's check out the main place first. For a fuckface, he can play some good song. Smithing stone 6. Sadness ahead. Okay. I hear a knight's over here. Oh, hello. Okay, it's connected. I'm gonna steal a backstab for this guy. Is he definitely the type of guy that can fuck my ass? I am not even gonna give you a fucking attack. No fucking way. More? Oh, there's gotta be 2. Okay. Oh my god! Fuck! This guy's tough. That is a lot of damage, brother! My god! Bye. These dudes are not to be messed around with. What's here though? Nothing. Fuck my ass. Wait. The door's shut off with some hot glue bullshit. Eh? And he's looking at it. Interesting. Alright, this guy's on this area is fucking strong as shit. Gotta be careful. Nothing here. Okay, it's a drop down for a shortcut. We need to find a Grace. I'm at a fucking... Oh my god, there's more. There's a Jabate. shit. I'm out of fucking grace, brother. No! Oh my god, the stutters. The stutters fuck me up. God damn it. Where's Grace? Grace, please! Help! Oh, it's an item. Any Grace? Hello? Shit, bro. No Grace, no bitches. I think I read strong foe ahead. Oh, fuck. Okay. Alright. Let's come back first. I'm definitely gonna die there. I should probably check in a little bit. There's probably some fucking Grace in there. But I'm too much of a pussy! I am not fucking around with no Crimson Tears. Pushy. Just do fuckface over here. Haven't seen you around for a while. Alright, shorty. Oh my god. Why is there so many of you in here? It's not even a fucking cave. There's a lot of items over here as well. More over there. I'm playing Assassin's Creed right now. That's where we got on, or you know, came from. I'm assuming there's some Grace over here. It looks like a safe haven. Well, let's go here real quick. Two soldiers down there. Rare drop over there. Shit. Yeah, this is essentially Assassin's Creed right now. Alright, let's check this place out. Before we go there, let's go here real quick. I kind of want to go towards the dragon, but got a feeling it's gonna be a little bit challenging. Oh boy. Got a rare item. Tri-finger butthole. Let's go ahead real quick. Maybe we can find something else. Hey, what's up, Jenny? How you doing? Shortcut? Oh! Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Level design. Alright, now we can fight him. I don't mind. I don't mind. She told me don't worry about him. Peekaboo. Ah! That is not a fucking backstab. That is a whoa, big damage, boy. All right, what is this anyway? Hero's Rune. The fuck is that? All right, Mr. No Stagger. Mimma fun. All right. This guy does not get staggered at all. Holy shit. No poise. Wait, no. Mega poise, actually. No poise means always staggered. God damn it, I hate this kind of enemy. I always have the most hardest time fighting these guys. Because my weapons relies on staggers. What is a Hero's Rune anyway? Abundance of runes. Ooh. I'm assuming there's like a shit ton. Or like 20k or some shit. Do I want to kill him? I don't know now. I don't know if I want to kill him now. It's kind of annoying to fight. Let's try one more time. Can I even backstab this fucker? Oh my god. This moveset's annoying as well. Bro. Yeah, I cannot win against him. Nice range, bitch! What the fuck? Oh! Yeah, I'm not fighting him. I'm good. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm good. The most amount of runes he's gonna drop's probably like fucking what, 15k? It's not worth it. I'm good. But yeah, fuck that guy. It's basically the Crucible Knight but with a spear. Nah, I'm good. I can spend better time in this game rather than fighting him. No thanks. As long as it's not a boss fight, I don't care. She don't need no worry about it. She don't need no worry. Hey, what's up, SX? How you doing? Just bury him, lol. I'm doing a dual wield build, man. I could, but yeah, I don't know. Another elevator. That's the most useless elevator I've ever seen in my life. Alright, fair enough. Undead? No. Huggy boy. Trap? Trap. Okay. Got a lot of Huggy boy over here. Excuse me, sir. This part of the area is infested with those guys. Alright. Okay. Ow! Oh my god. Alright, nice aim. Come here! Yeah, can I use 5 cents? Let's use 6 at least. Sorry if sometime if I look around it's a little bit jittery. My analog's getting drifting so hard right now. Oh! Secrets! Secret! Oh shit, boy! Not bad, not bad. Stone sword key. Royally place. Alright, alright. Hidden wall. Alright, alright. Grace. Let's fucking go. Already 20k. I could level up as a bow guy. Okay. We're in some kind of a complex. Okay. There's that boy. Hey, hello, how you doing? Oh my god, there's 2 of them. Okay, bye-bye. I'll see you guys around. Alright then. Oh my god, what the fuck? Alright, what the shit? We got a new grabby. Looks like a lot of mobs really loves me in this area. Everyone's want a hug. A rat trap. Fortunately, I'm not a huggy person. Sorry. No, I don't think so. It's a dead end. There's death down there, for sure. Oh, I haven't seen you in a while. Those creepy hand monster thingy. I'm dead. I'm dead. I killed him! Okay, game! Wha- If I what? He. I don't even know what to say. He died. The fucking grab animation keeps going because he already. Whatever, man. I get it. Game limitation. Alright, bye bye. I'm not fighting you like the third time. Been fighting you way too often, brother. Way too often. Is he chasing me all the way here? This dude's everywhere. He's literally everywhere. I guess we can try. Alright, then. What is he guarding anyway? Smithing stone. Nothing else? Wow. Oh my god! That is a direct hit. I'm dead. Okay, never mind. Ooh! I guess the only reward here is the drops, the souls. God, fighting this guy is so fucking annoying. Roll too early. Oh my god. Roll too early. Okay. Alright, man. I got you. I got you. It's really hard to read his animation in this area because he keeps running out of space. Fuck. How do I even get to him again? Forgot. Okay. Fuck. What? Too early? Fuck me! Oh, it's not a grab. That's a grab. Okay, boy. Alright, man. Okay, man. Yeah, I don't know if I want to fight him again. This is like the third time I'm about to kill him. And I'm not even excited. I think we can skip him. Like, yeah. I don't know why there's like 3 of them in the game so far. I think we can skip this guy. Wah, wah, wah. Kill it? I could, but it's gonna waste like a couple hours. Not really, but it's not worth it. No good drops. No lore, no nothing. Cannot even aim. Alright, brother. FPS drop as well. It's a very perfect package for this fucker. Alright. Whoa! I'm lucky. What? Nice hitbox, fuckface. Where'd you get it? Walmart? Jesus. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, never mind. Oh my god, I was... Fuck. Woohoo! Alright. He's bugged. No! I didn't know he was gonna do it twice. Ah, too early. Fuck. Wham! Okay, I pressed it. Wham! Nice dodge, man. I'm dead. What the fuck is that move? That's new. Oh my god, my attacks keeps missing. Wham! Alright, man. I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead, dude. No. Wham! So close. Wham! Yeah! I think I'm dead, buddy. Maybe not? No, I did not mean to press it twice! Fuck. Yeah, I'm dead. Oh my god. This dude's annoying. I should stop spamming heal. Every time I do that, I try to... I don't know. I press spam because I thought it will do faster. But all it do is just like doing the animation twice. Which makes sense. I wonder if I can parry him. That would be interesting if you can actually do that. Alright, last try. This guy's not even worth it, dude. We can find like some cooler boss fight. Oh my fucking hitbox, man. Yeah. All right. Oh yeah. 1, 2, wham. Oh my god, dude. I just realized also I've been fighting him on 40 FPS. Because of the background. 1, 2, wham. Woohoo! Barely missed it. Wham! I should not do that. Wham! That's a double deck. Bam! What the fuck? Wham! Alright, fair enough. I am dead. Never mind. I am good. What is he doing? I have no idea. Wham! 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 3, 2, 1. Dodge. Attack. I missed. Classic. He's gonna fire breathe. Oh, I have no. Okay. Classic. Dodge. Weave. Pretty good. And perfect, perfect. I completely dodged that. Very nice. Very good. Wham! And dead. Alrighty, boy. Okay, just a golden seed. It's not worth it! God damn it, I told you. It's not worth it. Whatever. It's a win. Oh, wait. Where are we going? Oh, okay. Never mind. Ooh, rare item. Black bow. Less damage, but more speed, I'm assuming. Oh, it's a barrage. It's a mighty shot. Let's try. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can do that. Yup. Sorry. Hi guys. I'll see you guys around. Actually, we can just TP. What am I doing here? We're just going around. Oops. Okay, we're here anyway. Oh my god, this area is huge. It's actually massive. There's so many things to check out. So, yeah, just so many. Are you fucking... I actually don't know where to go. Let's do Viger. Level 7777777. Okay. We're back to the main road. This place reminded me of Bloodborne. It's kind of epic. Oh shit, I hear him. Where is he?
777777777.
Exactly. Oh my god, frame drops. Oh, it's a new enemy. Cool. Something new. Okay. Why did they shut door of every single place here? We've met him before. I'm really curious of what is actually going on in this place. The big boy over there. Hello. Whoop. Alley-oop. Skinny sword required ahead. No! Invisible wall. What is this, VR chat? Somber. Golden. Okay. We're playing close to the dragon area. Damn, that's a combo. Alright. Back-to-back critical hit. That's rare. That's quality. That's rat trap. Two of this fucker? Oh my god, it's very well guarded area. Rare drop. Oh fuck. Why cannot get to me, huh? Embarrassing. Is one of your friend didn't notice I was here? Ooh, there's an enemy down there. I feel like the only way we can get the item is to get to... Oh, shit. Alright, big boys is coming. Hello, how you doing? Not again. Whoa! The banner of the soldiers is the Earth Tree. But why? Okay, that looks like a main spot over there. Here, okay. We'll go there later. check out this place out first. Gravel stone. Okay, we can drop from this one. What's up, man? Ah! Okay, fair enough. Hiya! I hear a violin. Tarnish golden sunflower. Oh no, those wolf-looking, lion-looking wolf thing is here. Those guys are also annoying to fight. Check it out later. Check out this area first. Looks like a trap. It's not. Dude, this area is huge. So many places to go. Wait, why is he already low health? That's interesting. Oh my god! Okay, chill with your damage. Oh my Jesus. Okay, all of them are using perfumer. Ah. Curious. Oh, what the fuck is this? Is this like the sewage area? Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, it's a fucking hand people. Hold up, music in this area is so good. Moshi mosh. Oh, wait, what? Where the fuck I am? I'm under the dragon. That dude, I remember him. Pretty annoying fuck. Why does it look like Margit? Oh my god, there's this area as well. So many layers to this place. Let's find some grace first though. I feel like we've been traversing so much. Oh wait, we've been here. Oh, okay. I just skipped it. Because there's this fuckface. Oh, there's too many enemy ahead. I fucking hate rats in this game, man. Annoying fuckface. Have very low cooldown in between attacks for no fucking reason. Ew, come here. Come down here. You guys are alive. You too. Oh, big boy. Okay. Drop down. Wholly proof dried liver. Ew. Anyone like liver? Liver is pretty good when you fried it with dipping sauce. Oh, so good. They taste okay. I actually really like liver. I always like it whenever I go out eat with friends and they don't like livers. It was like, yo, you want some? Hell yeah, easy. Free livers. Some people just don't like it at all. Ooh, there's an entrance. It's a rune art. Liver is nice with high cholesterol. True. Also true.
L plus ratio plus strength build better plus your maidenless. Touch grace you toothpick furry gigantic.
Toothpick furry. Shut the fuck up. Look at this guy. Can't even touch me. Not a single touch. Ooh, the legs of the dragon. Yup. All right, man. We really need some grace. There we go. My God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, we're getting so close to the Earth Tree right now. Let's level up. Wait, Saints, what build are you doing right now? Oh shit, I forgot to turn off my multiplayer shit. If you guys joined the multiplayer thingy yesterday, make sure to delete the multiplayer password if you want to see other people's stuff. I keep forgetting to do that. Missing some good shit, bruh. Shit. Hi, guys. Shit, I didn't trigger the animation. I always feel bad killing these guys. Okay, looks like we opened the main gate. We definitely can drop down here if you want to. I think that's the main purpose of this place. Weak foe. What do you mean? Oh, doggies? Shit, there's item up here! Nah, I'm gonna get that. Haven't started yet? Oh, okay. We're killing Olaf's family? Which Olaf we're talking about? I don't know if I want to fight him the second time. I'm not in the mood right now, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna fight him another time. Thank you very much. It's a pretty strong dude. What are you looking at the wall for? Ah, fuck. Now we have to fight him. Or not? Oh, they're getting the... Oh, wait, I keep forgetting to upgrade it. I'm gonna upgrade it later. This is definitely a path for on purpose. Let's see what's up here. Ooh. What are you? Curious. Oh. Oh, it's those guys. What's up, guys? It's been a while. We've seen some of them in Clates. For their area. Especially. Oh my god. God damn it, poison fucker. Whee! Damn, there's nothing here? Oh, it look up on the, okay. Dude, I am so far from where we came from. Holy fucking massive. Jesus Christ, this game. I might play Elix 2 before Elden Ring, so when I finally get around to it, I'll have seen enough to know how to be a little god. I think you want to know less, if anything. This is the type of game that the less you know, the better. At least on the first playthrough. But after that, you can read wiki while playing the game for all I care. And build like the most efficient character in the game. That's what I do. To have fun in the PvP. Hello. Holy grease. Yup. Is there more up here? No, I don't think so. Alright. This is boss fight. Godfrey! Oh, it's a shadow. Oh my god. Wait, we're fighting Shadow of Godfrey. Oh shit, okay. Sheesh. Interesting. We got the Shadow of Godfrey. That's gotta be fun. Where's the lion? I thought the lion in his bag is like some kind of his like thing. Maybe it's the second face? Ooh, that's a weird attack animation. Ooh. One. Fuck. Wang. Okay, I rolled though. Wang. Fuck. Longest wind up. Ooh, delay. Wang. Oh. His moveset's interesting. What's here? I did it. Seek right. Oh, it's just continuation. Wing. Wing. Alright, come here. Let's fight over here. Well, music's a bit too loud. He walks so slow. Oh shit! His animation is so fucking nameless king. He reminded me of Odin for some reason. I don't know why. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, the delay in this fucking animation is annoying. What? It doesn't even make sense. I wonder if I can parry him. Nope. Why did I even try? I dodge, man. Oh wait, I forgot to spawn my mimic. Got to. Well. Immediately punished. Whoa! Alright, come in. Alright, never mind. Did he just miss his... I'm dead. Whoa! Shit, I cannot use my own blood thingy thing anymore. No! We're both one hit. Help! Oh shit. No, I'm not gonna throw Kukri at him. If I'm gonna defeat a Godfrey, I'm gonna defeat him the proper way. Bam! With my own blood. Talisman pouch. Ooh. Can do one more talisman. Nice. Not bad. Healing? Shut the fuck up. This is a boss fight, not PvP. Fuck off. Damn, 90k? Alright. That was a lot. I think I have too much stamina. Fuck. I don't need this much stamina. Now that I think about it. I think I should cap my stamina to 25. I'm gonna do it respec sometime soon. Holy grease, holy grease. 6 holy grease. I'm assuming these goddess or gods in this area are weak to holy power or elements. That's why we got a lot of holy imbues here. Parrot rat. Ooh. Some somber. Meet Twin Blade Weep now. Hell yeah. Welcome to the club. Best weapon in the game. Just gotta make sure. I think I should have one special weapon specifically. One more special weapon for this guy. Since I never really used my what's it called? Sombering Stone, I can literally upgrade any weapon I want, any special weapon I want. I could. Gesturing required ahead. Who is this? It's not Queen Marika. I wonder if that's... What's his name again? Oh shit. You're praying. Alright. Oh, this... Oh, man. I don't want to fight this one. I'd rather fight Godfrey or whoever the fuck than this fucker. Annoying piece of shit. You do not see me, I do not see you. Oh fuck, you notice. Bye. Are you... Barrier of Gold. That sounds fancy. For something I cannot use. Actually, no. I don't know. Is that a... Oh yeah, it's... I can... Yeah, I cannot use. Really increase magic damage negation. Shit is coming. Okay, it's just this guy. Come here. Ah! Okay, is there any specific places where I can only drop from here? I think this one. That! Hell yeah. Whoop. 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 What? I said whoop! There we go. There's an item up there? Are you fucking my ass? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Bolt of... Oh shit. This... It's this weapon, but my size. Is that a weapon? It's a spear. Fancy looking spear. Strength Dex 2040. Why can I not use it? Attributes required. Oh, strength. What the fuck? 20 and 40? Jesus Christ, that's a lot. Too bad it's a spear. I'm not a big fan. Yeah. Not a fan. Okay. Alright, I'm pretty sure we can still like go down here. There's like some stuff over here that we can go around to. Alright. Okay, it's the huge one. I thought it was the smaller one. Okay then. Oh my god, Jesus fucking Christ. I don't even know what item did I get. Oh my god, it's rat infestation. Loot run. Guilty Hood. What is this? Coarse hook cloak of olive brown. The garb of those accused of lesser crimes indicated by the color of the sharpened branch. Interesting. Oh, I cannot see it with the armor. Huh. It's kind of cool outfit, especially for PvP. Kind of like very specific look. Whoa, dynamic sun. Alright. Oh, I forgot I have this. Ow. The head said the way, dude. Alright, let's TP back. Earth Tree Sanctuary. Alright. Kinda like this place. Not a lot of frame drops. Alright, let me switch back to this. The two known as D are inseparable twins. They are two bodies and two minds but one single soul. Not once do they stand together, not one word do they speak to one another. Perhaps this armor longs to find its way to the other D. That's interesting. I wonder why his name is D. Are you fucking kidding me? It's a dead end? How do you go up there then? Oh, from here? Ooh, interesting. It's like a little bit of parkour you gotta do. Oh! That's something. Okay, I think I can do it. I gotta jump. Not sure how though. Okay, maybe not that. Too far. I'll come back. Pickle ahead. Oh, there's another area there. Humma, humma, humma. Let's drop down here. Here. Eh, nani? Oh, this is how you get that. Parkour! Earth Tree bow. Is it better than this? It's a faith bow. Holy weapon. Interesting. Might as well use it, I guess. I'm assuming it's your shortcut. Yep. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Golden Order Principia. Who the fuck is that? And what the hell is a Golden Order Principia? Is that like some kind of an item?
Yo daddy, how is your elbow? Broken? Don't worry, gotcha, let me lick it. I know you can't do that, don't move.
Bro. Huh? What? El Bow? Why is it? Why does it say El Bow? What's up, Mary? How you doing? Huh? Ooh. Okay, there's nothing here. Huh? I'm gonna be honest, so far this area is a little bit on the low down. There's not much going on. But I feel like at the same time it's cool. It's just like a lot of scenery to soak in. Very calm area compared to like the rest of the map so far. Even though the enemies are fucking bitch ass, but it's a pretty chill area.
Calm before the storm.
Oh, don't pay me any mind. It's not important. Just lay out your arm.
No, wait, what happened? He was talking about something earlier. Sheesh, plus 18.
Back already, no matter.
Okay, I cannot talk to him. Shit. You know anything?
Greetings. Are you here for spirit?
Okay, she doesn't know anything.
I can hear it from across the wing, past the round table, the howling and wailing of spirits, and you should keep your distance. I know you're strong.
Dude, the round table starts getting empty, man. Sag. Everyone either leave or dead. Roger! Oh shit, Roger's dead body's gone. Oh no, someone eat him. Roger! Edgy boy still here. Guarding Mr. Big Man, Boss Man. Unlocated demigods.
There are 4 more demigods yet to be located. Mikola of the Halig Tree, the Unalloyed, his twin, Melania, the undefeated swordswoman, Luna Princess Rani, daughter to Renala, and the one only known as the Lord of Blood. Rani is said to have cast aside her great rune, so here at the Hold, we seek the whereabouts of the remaining 3 shard bearers. If you should learn anything of these matters, I'll trade your findings for a hidden treasure or a long-lost right, known only to me. We both desire to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord. As such, I hope we are compelled to work together. There are 4 Mikola of the Halig Tree, his twin, Melania, Luna Princess Rani, daughter to Renan, the one only known. Rani is said to have cast aside, so here at the Hold, we seek the whereabouts if you should learn any.
Alright. Interesting. There are 3 more. Nothing else here. Hey you! Fuckface. Edgelord, I know.
I asked you not be thankful of the Hold serenity. It is all that keeps your death and default.
This guy's in the cutscene, right? The Dung Eater. I always remember that mark, the sun mark on his chest from the cutscene. What the fuck? Alright. Moving on. Michaela something something the unalloyed. Melania is the one that fought Radon. Who else? The Lord of Blood. Ronnie's abandoned her Great Rune, but that means that her Great Rune is still a thing, right? Wait, how do we access the shortcut? I forgot. Is it this one? Oh, it's this one. Interesting. So we've killed 3 of the Elden Lord, and then there's 3 more? I thought there's only 5 Elden Lords. We got Radon, Godric, and Renalis. And then apparently there's Michaela, Melania. I think Melania is not a Elden Lord, but she's more of a like a oh shit edgelord. It's a grab. God damn it. This dude have some fancy animation. Like, it's not fun to fight him here because I'm getting frame drops. Just die already. Holy shit, bro. Oh my god. 1 HP. Sit like a human, I can see your hunch from here. What the fuck? How do you know? There's a hidden camera in this room somewhere, huh? Ooh, another grace. Giant... Is this supposed to be a chair or some shit? Or is it a bed? Looks very interesting. Blessing of the Earth Tree. Oh, large HP. Hold to continue praying, delay activation. I see. Interesting. Oh shit. This is definitely a boss fight. Friend ahead? Wait, what? Praise the Elden Ring. Wait, we're here. We're at the feet of the Earth Tree. Ah, shit. I don't want to travel more. I mean, obviously it's not the end. But it's definitely one of the major boss fight for sure. Alright. Let's just check it out. See what's up. Oh my god. But I still need to like check out the other area considering I haven't go to this top left and then whatever this is. Let there be jumping. Oh my fucking. Ooh. Melena? Ooh. We can summon Melena? Or Melina, sorry, Melena. I keep saying Melena. Dude. We gotta. I feel like we have to. I miss my maiden, bruh. Damn. She got what? That looks a very interesting, like a dagger-ish. Alright. What are we fighting though?
Graceless, tarnished.
Wait, that sounds familiar. Is this
What
Godric?
is thy business with
What?
these thrones?
Margit?
Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania.
Nani? Why is he back?
General Radahn.
I thought we killed him.
Praetor Rykard. Luna Princess Rani.
Shit, I'm about to eat some shit. Hold up, let me take a bite.
Willful traitors. All.
What?
Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Okay.
Have it writ upon thy meager grave. Felled by King Morgoth, last of all kings.
Morgoth. Is this his brother? It's not Margit. The Omen King. Alright, immediately second phase. Gotcha. Alright, listen, man. Ooh! Alright, let's 3v1 this. Melina, don't die. I'm dead. Yeah. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, whoa. What the fuck? What? Is he gonna do it again?
The throne, stained by my curse, such shame they cannot bear. Thy part.
Ow, 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 ow!
May the curse seep to thy very soul.
Okay, I just realized if you touch this sword thingy thing, it constantly damages you. That was a bad move. Hold up. I'm hungry, dude. Gilgamesh. Shut up, gacha gamer. Oh, I already activated it. Shit, dude, this kebab is so good. Okay. I feel like I need to summon Melina on this one. It just feels right. You know? It's like this is her objective to go here. And she's actually pretty strong. Alright, boys and girls. Let's fuck this piece of shit up. That is a very long wind up, holy fuck. Woo! Uh-oh. Okay.
The thrones, stained by my curse, such shame I cannot bear. Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
Okay, the fight became too easy though. Fuck. Whatever. Ooh! Staggered? Finisher? Did my shadow just died from his doing bloody slash? He just killed himself. Just like me yesterday. Holy shit. My man. As expected from my own mimic. He even do my own bullshit. It's funny. Holy shit. Wait, can someone clip that real quick? Holy shit. Oh my god. What the fuck? I didn't know I could do that. Oh my god. Like father, like son. Oh no, my internet's shitty. Shit! There we go, got it. I am almost certain it is. Holy shit. Where is he? Doing bloody. Look at him. Staggered? Finisher? Did my Staggered? Literally the same move. Oh my god. Oh shit. This fucking mimic, man. Did my shadow just died from bloody slash? Shit. So dumb. Oh my god. See, Chad, bloody slash is OP as fuck. I told you guys. Holy shit. Oh, can you finish my food? Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay. Why is the fog of war still there? This is not the end of the game, right? That is the logo of the Elden Ring. Oh my god. That is the logo. Impenetrable thorns refuse all. None may enter the earth tree. Interesting. I'm assuming we have to defeat all the Elden Lords and then we come here. So this is supposed to be like the final area. Oh wait, there's a fucking grace this whole time. Maybe we're supposed to touch it. Melina! Waifu!
Hello again, old friend.
Hi.
Allow me a moment to converse with you.
Okay.
You were unable to enter the Erd Tree, no? Prevented by the mantle of barbs. The thorns are impenetrable, a husk of the Erd Tree's being that spurns all that exists without. The only way to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord is to pass the thorns. My purpose serves to aid in that very act, so I'd like you to undertake a new journey with me to the Flame of Ruin, far above the clouds, upon the snowy mountain tops of the giants. Then I can set the Erd Tree aflame and guide you down the path to becoming Elden Lord.
Alright. Rolled medallion. Okay. Interesting.
I wish to journey with you once more to the Flame of Ruin, far above the clouds, upon the snowy mountain tops of the giant. Then I can set the Erd Tree aflame and guide you down the path to...
Okay, I got it.
Shall I turn your let my hand share them with me? Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principle.
The principle. Oh, here? Grand Lift of Lord. How the fuck do we go there? Huh? Interesting. Now we're being sent to completely elsewhere. Interesting. So I'm assuming this is the end game. This is the final boss fight, I'm assuming. But because we don't have all the Elden Lords discovered or killed yet, the game just guide us in case we haven't killed everyone. The game just naturally guide us to those places instead. Now where do we go then? Shit. Dude, this place is huge. It's so hard to like traverse around. Check out this place. Explore and kill bosses? I guess so, yeah, but how do we go up in the first place? To those things. So that's the Erd Tree. Holy fuck, it's so fucking huge. Let me see. This, I'm kind of curious. How do we get there? And even if we can even get there in the first place. That would be interesting. Press 2 and 3. Oh, the map, I already got it. I got the clip. Nice. Alright. Okay. Let's try to go here real quick. Maybe we can go it from here. Jesus Christ, man. This game is just no short of fucking stuffs to do. What the hell, man? Okay. It's over there. Oh, it's that. How do we get there? There's an entrance over there. Aha! Found it. We have found the entrance. I have found the Elden Ring. Okay. Looks like we can go down from here. Oh wait, hold up. I just realized I was able to do the fucking thing. Increase flask. There you go. Oh my god, I just add like twice. I have 10 now. Alright. I don't think we're gonna need 3. I think 10 Estus is good. Jesus. Okay. Ooh. There's a bed drop. Nyom. Nothing here. There's gotta be something around here. Like this item. But wait, there's more. Okay, hold up. Hoo-yah! Okay, hold up. Hoo-yah! There we go. Regret. Now the question is, how do we... Oh, we just go here. Okay. This looked like some kind of a stadium for like gladiators and stuff like that. Fuck. We gotta fight big guys again. Oh man, how you doing? Whoa, chick. Okay, hey, you're new. How many combo do you have? What the fuck? Alright, brother. That's like 2 minutes wind up. This dude does not have an end of a combo. but he is a fleshy one. Of course, there's 2 of them. Hopefully we can backstab this fucker. Yes, sir, we do. Woo! Of course, I missed that. This fucking moveset is sick as fuck, though. As an extra damage. We do not want to mess with that. Ooh, that was scary. Okay. Riddle Shield Talisman? Nani kore? Raise defense when HP is at maximum. Okay. Nice. Wrong build for that. Literally never have a maximum HP my whole life in this game. Liar ahead. Yeah, we got soldiers over there. Some empty hallways over here. Tree, oh tree. Smithing stone. Starfist? Nani? Oh, it's a SX weapon from yesterday. PvP. Interesting. Alright, there's nothing else, I think. Yeah, let's not try to go around here. This place is huge though. Look at this guy, this is so sad. They're like give up or something, but they're all looking at Earth Tree. Hold up, I think I have an outfit of them. Commoner's garb, I'm assuming. It roots branches forming 2 holes. This is a self-imposed shackle, a voluntary display of allegiance to the Earth Tree that increases faith. So this guy's like just some normal commoners, but he believes in the Earth Tree. Interesting. I guess Earth Tree is like have its own religion, I'm assuming. Dead end. We cannot go in either. Are you shitting me? There's nothing here? Fuck, man. Also, if you guys notice, the music in this area is just some sad violin. Very somber, sad violin. It's kind of interesting. Okay. think there's nothing else to discover here. There's this that looks like a bridge, so we can check that out. Maybe we were missing something at the start. Which connects to the other tower. Oh my god. So we either try to go main objective again, right? Melina told us to go here. But we can also discover this left side area that we skipped last time because it's a fucking poison bullshit. So, yeah. Alright. Said boy hour. Okay, we came from here. There's no, it seems like, okay, there's something here. I'm not sure what this is. So we can check that out. I think this is just a wall of the fort. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe there's nothing here. Just kind of sad. Good one. Okay. Let me just try to look around here real quick before we move on. We may or may not be able to find something interesting. If not, I think I want to go to the left side of the map first, because I feel like there could be something interesting there. Okay, we can go there. Oh wait, no. Oh. Ooh. Okay, there's something hidden here, or some shit like that. Let me test. Yep. Okay. There's definitely something there that we can go to. The only thing is that I don't know how the fuck do we get there. That's another issue. Okay, there's look like another entrance down there. That could be it. Maybe this? Yes. Indeed. Okay. So we gotta go out, go here, jump over here, and then go there. Alright, let's go. Torin, buddy, I miss you! We've been traversing inside the castle without Torin for like 4 hours now. Torin, buddy! My boy Torrent. Very reliable horse, Torin. Let's not jump off a cliff. Oh my god, Jesus. Okay, looks like we gotta go down here. There's something. Oh, it's like, oh, I'm doing a shortcut right now. There's a bear. You don't care. Lair. A bit. There's a mama bear. I'm good. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm assuming this is the entrance to go there, which is an optional boss. Hell yeah. That's why I'm here. Moshi mosh. Oh god. Very ominous vibe. Oh, we're going down. Okay, I thought we're going up. Okay, it's a debate. We're fucked. This is not the place that was meant to go. Or I was trying to go to, but... Alright. We're here. Auriza, death ahead, but don't give up. Alright. 40k to level up. Nice, just enough. I'ma put it on dexterity. Elden Ring, but dung. Okay. Armament. How much do we have? Stone sword key 7. Maybe later. At this point, I'm not really interested into getting any. Oh, I hear a footstep. It's definitely death. Seems familiar, this place. Oh, fuck. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, man. Not this fucker again. Woo! Hi guys. Nice to meet you too. How about you? Alright, see you around. Peace. There are two of them. There are two of them. Oh my god, I fucking hate this place already. It's gonna be fun. Woo. I didn't even see him there. Holy shit. Nyom. Fuck. Okay, I need to be instant. We got it though. I just hated that they're insta kill. God damn it, man. Even though I have like a shit ton of HP. Sorry. Do 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 do. Walking down the street. Actually, I wonder if I can destroy it. It looks like there's a wand in the statue that empowers it. Let me try. Okay. It is an attempt. Okay, I fucked up. There we go. What the fuck is this place, brother? I want to go home. Ah, man. Ooh. Just win lul W. Oh, there's more here. Oh, you cucklord. Why are you here? Be gone, foul demon. Oh man. I'm dead. Holy hell. Oh my god. Why hard emote that big? What do you mean? What you talking about? Oh shit. I'm right below them. Whoa! I didn't type hard Nani. Well, you did. Kinda did now. I am dead. This place is a hell. I kinda just want to kill all of them. Gonna be honest. Just for the lul. Let me post it in general, gotcha. That's it? Huh? Oh wait, this is just a small part of the area. I just realized. Bet. Okay. What the fuck? Wait, what? Interesting. Okay. I am using both the web-based chat and the Chatterino, and I don't see them in both. I'm assuming it's something about your OS. It's like an emote integrated in your PC or whatever are you using right now. That's my assumption. Oh man. What is this place, bro? Oh my fucking god. I wanna go home, man. Okay, we made it. Surely this is not a boss fight, right? It's a boss fight. Fuck my face. Sounds like an archer. Just gonna go. Alright, I'm done. Bye. Yeah, why am I even here? I don't know. Yeah, this is not my place, not my time. I am out. Why is this a boss fight? I hate myself. This is literally pain in one picture. This is pain in one picture. This is actually amazing. Ooh. Ah, no. They both have the fucking second face. Ay, mamma mia. It's gotta be fun. Now both of them on the second face. Wow, this is fun. I wanna go home. Ah! Jesus fucking Christ. Miyazaki really hate Dex build, huh? Bro! Oh my god. Jesus Christ. My back. No, I fucked up. Wah! Should be a side dodge. I dodged that. I dodged that. Alright. Second plan. Only focus on one of them. So that they don't turn into the second phase at the same time. Like that's what we were trying to dodge here. But goddamn, these guys are fucking annoying. Let's try it with this guy. Alright, man. Can you bubble me, bro? Shit, I'm gonna save him. No! Fuck, I forgot about that. The only thing about that guy is that I need to constantly save him. Oh. I dodged that. I'm dead. Whoa! Just realized I'm out of fucking mana! Alright, I gotta do the Great Rune here. So fucked. Oh my god, dude, I cannot split my focus. Mm. Dude, fighting one of them is the most annoying thing. Now I gotta fight both of them. Was he not attacking me? Oh, okay. What? I think we gotta kill the spear guy first. This is the most... Oh my... Jesus fucking Christ. This is a harder one here. I'm dead. I wonder if I can actually parry him. Maybe I... shit. I cannot, dude. I don't know if it's impossible or I just cannot parry them. Like their window is just small. Brr. Yeah. It seems like every parry attempt I tried is a miss. Oh! Nope. Yeah, I don't know about fighting this, guys. This too is a little bit like fighting one of them is already not fun. Two of them. Yeah, bro. Okay. One more time, I think. I spent 7 hours to kill 2 bosses yesterday in Code Vein on NG+3. That's interesting. Run. I'm dead. Wow. Both of them doing the fucking slam. I think we can win this with the Mimic though. But the only problem is that I don't think the Mimic's gonna focus on one guy. He's definitely gonna attack both of them. Which gonna ruin the plan because I do not want both of them to turn into a second phase. That's literally my death. Right there and then. Run. Fucking drop. Frame rate. Fucking run for my life. Dodge. Alright. No, no, no. Do the spear guy first. Oh my fucking god. Alright, perfect. No, now he's gonna steer his focus. Shit. Yeah. It's impossible to lure hope for the Mimic because he's not gonna focus. Nice! Nice dude! Oh, nope. That's not what I meant by focusing. God. Ah! Yeah! Ah! Ah! Fucking A. This guy, man. just impossible, I guess, to parry him. That goes through my shield. Okay. Alright, last time. This time I'm gonna try hard to parry. See what's up. I could also use a parry shield. Do I have that? I think this smaller one is meant for parry. I'm not sure though. Jellyfish shield? The fuck? Interesting. Let's give it a try. Yeah. Oh no! Ah, fuck. Ooh. What happens to focusing on the one guy? Good shit. Worth. Oh my god. Just got fucking... No, dude, heal! You dumb fuck! Are you shitting my ass? Okay, now that I can make him almost low HP, I feel like I can do this. Shit. I just need to like really brutally do this really fast. One more time. Woo! I always hate that attack. You fuckface. Eat my asshole. No way! Can you heal, bro? Wham. That was close. No way! Oh, dude, it's so doable. Fuck, I just need to not make mistakes. Oh, man. I'm hooked now. Shit. Let's give this bosses a try for like until 12:30 or some shit. Fuck my ass. Woom. Woom. Pussa. Alright, bro. Your fucking attack is broken. Literally broken piece of shit. Okay. Dude, someone needs to fucking delete this fucker. I'm dead. Ooh, ooh, ooh. What? No way, dude. I hate the spear guy. Period. Just fucking A. These fuckers have like infinite amount of range. Oh my god. Oh! Oh yeah! I'm dead. Yep. I knew it. Dude, no! Oh! Oh my god. These are little fucking broken. The definition of broken in Dark Souls. Maximum strength, maximum range for a melee weapon, and infinite poise. So their attack can never be cancelled. I am dead. Whoa! Whoa!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Perry AI.
Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub to Perry Shibal. I think this is the best strat. I'm dead. 3, 2. I just need to mimic to win this. Oh my god. Yui with the raid! Hold up. I'm fighting for my life right now. Dude, please. If he died, I can win this. I can win this. Okay. Winnable. Winnable. Yui, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Hi guys doing? Welcome to this hard ass. Oh my god. Extreme sports of Dark Souls. Are you fucking kidding me? Look at this guy. Infinite stamina as well. Fucking hacker, man. Oh my god. Exosequilibrium. Nice name, by the way. Thank you for a follow. Much love. How you doing? That is the worst dodge in the history of Dark Souls games. That is the worst healing time. This guy also doesn't let you heal. Huh? Oh, it doesn't deal a lot of damage. That's worth it, actually. Wow, range. Whoa! I did not remember it has a follow-up attack. Is this guy actually parryable? Asking for a friend. Because I never managed to parry him. No, I did try. It's impossible, at least for me. Unless I haven't tried enough. Dark Souls harder or this? Depends on what you define by hard. I feel like this game also have its own thingy that makes it hard, but also Dark Souls. Fuck face, man. Like, I feel suck to have to abuse Bloody Slash to defeat this guy, because I feel like I'm better than that. But same time, I also go give it a try. Jesus Christ, man. Damn. GG. Okay, never mind. Eager. GG. Jesus Christ, that's 5 drops. Okay. Cool. I actually thought it's impossible for me to beat that guy. Well, I was wrong. By the way, Yui, welcome. How you doing? What are you streaming? It looks pretty cool. It is. Graphic-wise, is probably the best. But visually, there are Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3 that kind of also pretty beautiful by itself. What makes it harder, these things called stutters, true. In PC, this game suffer from pretty bad performance issue. So if you have a subpar PC like me, I have a GTX 1060. Well, for the most part, it's okay, especially indoor. Like right now I have 60 FPS stable, but there are some area like, look, I'm looking here right now, I get 45. I look down 60, look up 60. But there are just some places just like 40 FPS gaming basically. But does that makes me stop playing the game? Well, 56 minutes in. 56 hours. Yeah. Not really. I'm a Souls fan. So this kind of game is a blessing. I do have to say. I cannot see the thingy thing. Looks like more forgiving than Dark. Wait, what the fuck is this? We've seen this before. But I don't know what it means. Interesting. This place looks like the butterfly lady's place in Sekiro. Oh, that brings back. I know what you mean though, yeah. True. Map layout wise, yeah, that boss fight, basically the butterfly lady fight. This 3 is pretty, but nowhere near as pretty as this. True, I mean, they gotta upgrade. It is definitely an upgrade, for sure. But I feel like aesthetically, in its own way, you know, it's good in its own way. But of course, Elden Ring is a 2022 game. It has to be, looks prettier than DS3, which was 2016? It was like, yeah, it was a while ago. So technically, you know, technically it should be better. But aesthetically, I feel like it's just as beautiful in its own way. Like Bloodborne as well. Bloodborne was like way older, but I feel like it's on par artistically wise of how beautiful the game is. Bloodborne is so good. It's such a good looking game. Like, it's insane to think about it. How fucking beautiful the game is. Woo. Ooh, we haven't tried this one for a while. Let's do it again. Whee! Actually, I want to try something. Whee! Oh! Alright, that's pretty cool. I don't even have time for Genshin, so I don't think I have time to play Elden Ring. I mean, it's a different type of game. Genshin, you do need to like grind and stuff like that. This game, you can play it like a linear game. You go to one place, you fight boss to another. There's a lore. It can be a linear game if you want to, even though it's also an open world. But you can treat it as a linear game. There's no drops? It's kind of interesting. I like how he can travel pretty fast without needing stamina. That's actually a very like probably one of the best upgrade from this game from Dark Souls to this game. In Dark Souls, the stamina when you're traversing around when there's no enemy is really annoying. And now the stamina is just like decrease only when there's enemy around. So it's like a smart stamina bar. Really fucking good upgrade. Oh, I feel it so much compared to Dark Souls. So annoying. So how does the co-op feels for you in your opinion? The co-op is cool. It's pretty aight. The only critics that I have for the co-op or multiplayer in this game in general is that you can only get invaded when you're co-op, which is kind of sucks to me. So if you're new to the whole Souls series in general, invaders or the act of invasions is basically a player can invade someone else's world or they invade someone else's game to just kill them. It's like a PvP of this game. You invade other players' game and then kill them to get souls. In a previous game, you can get raided, you can get invaded even if you're alone. Like, I'm playing single player right now. But now, in this game, you can only get invaded when you're summoning your friend, or a co-op. Which I'm not a big fan of. Because I'm gonna be honest, getting invaded is like part of the fun. It's like one of those things that kinda ruin your game so-and-so, but in a sense, it's kind of fun. It's like one of those surprise bullshit that's like, oh shit, got an invader, let's go, let's do it, type of thing. I don't know. I just don't like their decision to do that. But at the same time, I understand. A lot of people drop Dark Souls because of the invaders. Like, a lot of them play offline mode. Completely understand. Completely understandable. But I feel like they should not remove invasion because, you know, when you're solo. I feel like you should still get invaded when you're solo. I think that's one of my critic for this game so far. Like, my game feels less stressful because I don't get invaded a lot. Like that you can fucking jump. Yeah, I can fucking jump in this game. such a dirt basic mechanic improved so much. To be fair, in Dark Souls it makes sense that you cannot jump, but I feel like you should still be able to jump, which you can. You have to run and then kind of hop instead of jump upwards. Like instead of this, you kind of like run and then kind of tiny hop. Which is, you know, it makes sense. In Dark Souls, most of the time you're a character with a shit tons of, you know, hundreds of kilograms of armor. That's the general idea. That's why they designed so that the game doesn't have a jumping mechanic. But it's weird when you're not wearing an armor and you still cannot jump. But at the same time, I feel like it's a technicality limitation. It's probably hard to implement a game where if you wear heavy armor you cannot jump, but if you wear light armor you can. Oh my fucking god! Okay, that's a very lucky parkour. You know what I mean. Basically what I'm trying to say is that as much as annoying it is, it kind of makes sense what they're trying to do. And I kind of get used to it. This game is mostly single player, yes. Oh, Dorapu. But if you're familiar with all the Soulsborne game, basically, you know, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, this game is basically a combination of all mechanics that is available in Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and then Sekiro combined into one game. And then it has its own story. It's a new IP. It's not a sequel to anything. It's just their everything they learned so far from the past decades poured into one game. That's Elden Ring. So it's literally every single game From Software made, just fucking bundled into one game and call it Elden Ring. Where am I? Oh. Okay, I guess we're gonna go here then. Excuse me. Coming through. There he is. God damn it, there's more. Oh, Grace! Oh wait, no, it's not Grace. Fuck! Ah! One thing that I kind of really miss from a From Software game is the Sekiro parry element. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Sekiro is a love and hate relationship to many players, especially to Souls fans. There's like people who hate Sekiro, there's people who love Sekiro. I'm the one that loves Sekiro because of the parry mechanic. I do wish they kind of implemented it into this game, even though it kind of doesn't make sense, but it would be really cool. Let's say there's a specific katana in the game that happened to like belong to Sekiro or some shit like that, right? And if you wield it, the weapon art is the parry from Sekiro. I don't know. I don't think it makes sense, but I just feel like it's such a cool mechanic that I feel they should make a Sekiro too. But considering Bloodborne still don't have a fucking sequel until this day, I don't see a light of hope of seeing a Sekiro sequel ever. Yeah, I kind of just give up. I don't think it's gonna happen, unfortunately. But they should. Who's laughing? The fuck? What the fuck? I guess invading is toned down so people won't get a stroke trying to get somewhere after 10 hours of grinding just to have even more time wasted by some hardcore FromSoft zealot. Just play offline. You know? Turn off the fucking online feature. There, you won't get fucking raided or invaded. Because for me, I actually like getting invaded. I know it's frustrating. Like, I've lost maximum so far 35,000 runes in one go because of some fucking boss fight. But I lost like 80,000, 100,000 souls from invaders in Dark Souls 1. And it's annoying, it's frustrating, but it adds into the fun. It adds into the thrill. I know it sounds like fucking Maso right now. Like, oh my god, yes! Just stab me! Oh, kill me more! Oh shit, it feels so good. No. It's just... There's just something about it, alright? It adds into the thrill. It's like riding roller coaster ride. You know you're safe, but that fucking drop that you know it's coming, the drop in a roller coaster, it's just so good. It feels so good. And especially it feels extremely nice once you kill an invader. They try to invade you. I don't know. I love it. I love invasion. And it just sucks that this game removes it. What the f... Why do I get a Midsommar vibe here? Hello? Okay, they don't seem to attack. I do not like this. Didn't expect joy. All the more praise for Elden Ring. This is creepy, man. This is definitely George Martin contribution. This is not Miyazaki. This is definitely what Martin added to the game. For sure. I never seen anything like this in Dark Souls. Some fucked up European ideas of a horror. Alright, man. What the fuck is this place? I feel like I'm entering some fucked up culture, some fucked up cult that probably sacrifice one of their child born every 2 weeks or some shit. Oh fuck. Oh Jesus! Why are they mad out of a sudden? Oh Jesus Christ. Just brother fucking... Alright, they're not tanky. Oh shit. I crashed. Bro, game, I fucking hate you. Alright, people. Give me 1 second. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da da. Da 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 da. One second. Enjoy the music while I fix this. The invading illimitation is probably to prevent the hacking stuff. I mean, it's bound to. Like I get it. The hacking thing is a thing, but I don't know. You can. It's easily avoided. Or like it's just if it happens, you died, but just retrieve your souls back. Dunzo. It's like a minor inconvenience in Dark Souls. Unlike in like most games, like let's say CS:GO, a hacker can like ruin literally 45 minutes of a gameplay and then lose your rank in the process. In Dark Souls, the only thing that you lose from dying from an invader is just like you died, and then you have to run back to where you drop your runes or souls. That's it. It doesn't feel frustrating. Oh shit. Was given. Okay, there you go. But then again, like I said, the invasion is probably one of the biggest reason why a lot of people stop playing Dark Souls, or think that it's a game for try-hard, sweaty, try-hard only. Casual should not enjoy Dark Souls. Like, nah, man. That's not it. Like, I feel like instead of saying Dark Souls is a hard game, the hard factor of this game is basically from the amount of patience you need to learn the moveset of a boss. Sure, they can one-tap you and everything. Like earlier, when we fought the two knights that I fucking saw earlier, I clearly keep saying it's impossible. I don't think I can fight these guys. 30 minutes later, I killed them. That's Dark Souls. You know what I mean? At first you doubt yourself, because you know, oh, these guys are so tough. They one-tap me. They can kill me in 2 hits. It's impossible. 30 minutes later, killed the same fucking boss that I said it's impossible. The best feeling ever. It feels so nice. You know what I mean? Like this game makes you think that sometimes you doubt yourself too much. You proceed to do something that quote unquote impossible. Well, 30 minutes later, because you keep doing it. It's the same concept as speed running, I think. Doing something that a lot of people think it seems impossible to do. All you gotta do is stay strong and keep going forward. That is ahead. Yeah! There's gotta be a drop here.
Stay strong and keep moving forward by Rat Trap 2022.
Basically. That is basically the you know how this game goes. There's so many boss fight that seems impossible. But you know, especially if you're just, let's say, watching me play this game and you never played Dark Souls, you'd be like, oh shit, this game's too hard. It's not for me. I will never be able to do it. Dude, I mean, if I can do it, you can. Type of shit. This guy again? Bro, I fought you like... Okay, man. We killed him before. Woo. Ah, shit. There we go. What do you even drop, huh? Oh, his weapon? Scoring Black Flame. Can I use it? $28. Shit. Looks like my message was appraised. What do you get when your message is appraised? I actually never noticed. Is it an extra runes? If it is, the dude who typed in edgelord in front of the edgelord guy on the fucking round table probably have like millions of runes by now. Considering it has like 9999 maximum capacity. It's probably rich as fuck right now. You know what? Let's kill these guys. I want to farm their outfit. I want to know the lore of this place. Give me your shit. Oh wait, there's Grace here. There's nothing else here, I guess. Mist. It's kind of cool they added a mist for the area that we haven't explored yet. I don't know if that's intentional, but you can kind of see there's something in there. It's like to hide the spoiler of the whole area without when you haven't seen the map yet. Cool detail, cool detail. Oh wait, I think I know which item that we should use here. Boost item discovery. Let's see if we can farm these guys. The human bone shard. I don't know if they're gonna drop their outfit. Maybe not. Yeah, they only drop human bone shard. Destroy the society. Oh shit. Wham. Ew. Pete. Stop spreading STDs like me. Wham. Yeah. What is the definition of human bone shard? Description, I mean. Found by hunting those who live in death. So they called human those who live in death? Or I guess these people that kind of succumbs to the sanity thingy thing. Those who lives in death. Interesting. What's down here? Oh, okay. Oh, it's an item. It's a rare item. Celebrant Skull. Oh shit, finally an item connected to this, guys. Okay, ceremonial tool used by the dancer during the festivities of Dominula, Windmill Village. Grants trace amount of runes on landing attack. Interesting. Dominula Windmill Village. Damn. Ah! Okay, I think there's no other. Oh, I found something over there. Hold up. Screams like you, I know. Ah! There's a ghost. I hear a festive melody. No, no, don't skin me. My hide is filthy, I swear. Jesus, this guy skins other people? Ew. Oh, wait. Actually, I think I know. Hold up. Robe was made by sewing together patches of smooth skin. The apostles once said to serve this destined death are wielders of the god-slaying Black Flame. But after their defeat by Malekith, the Black Blight, the source of their power was sealed away. Subcutaneous fat makes it a plum and soft, worn by Gaussian nobles known for their 7 faces apron. Nobles are more ancient apostles who are said to have assimilated in human physiology. Not unlike the Crucible, the Earth Tree is in its primordial form. Interesting. Jesus, man. These apostles once said to this. Okay. Malekith. Is that one of the Elden Lord? I'm assuming, yeah. I forgot what's her title. Or his title. I don't know who pasture. Oh, it's this fucker. Oh. Long time no see. Oh no, he's killing his people. They're all scared. Oh no. Don't you dare seek friendship. What's up, man? I got you. No, I didn't mean to kill him. Fuck. Shit. Raw meat dumpling. Interesting. Ooh. There's more windmill in this area. Ah, hold up. Drink. Oh shit, my water's empty. Hold up, let me refill my water. Stay hydrated, chat. Give me a sec. Alright, I'm back. What happened to the horror game, by the way? It's extremely unoptimized. They can barely run my PC, so yeah. But judging by the graphics, it is a very pretty looking game, but still, it should be optimized enough that I should be able to run it. Even their recommended specification have my GPU on recommended, not even minimum, so that's kind of weird. Navy hood. Ooh, fuck. Come here, sir. Ow. That's right, bitch ass. What the fuck happened here? Twin Knight Swords. Wait, what? Where is it? Is it not a weapon? I'm pretty sure it's a weapon. The fuck? Oh wait. Give to learn cleric to acquire new incantation. Shit. He's gone. Navy hood. Expatriated royalty increases mine. Such cloak were gifted to those who departed on mission to faraway lands from which they would never return. But what choice did they have, having seen the guidance of grace? It's actually a pretty cool hoodie. Noble's traveling garb. A gift for such a rare beauty, a royal wouldn't disgrace their illustrious heritage even if found dead in a ditch in the middle of nowhere while wearing such splendid raiment. Well, they did die. That's kinda unfortunate. Why so many people died? Try fire. Okay. Nope. Let me try again. I think it's Dark Souls 2 reference. I think in Dark Souls 2 there's a mission where you have to burn a windmill. Or quests. Yeah, I remember that actually. I don't know. Nothing else here, move on. Crab? Mr. Crab? Dun, 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 dun. We got rats, red jam, rats. We are the rats. Some mysterious looking guy. Hello, good sir. You look magic and a boulder. Fuck! Alright, that's very strong. Okay, very strong indeed. God damn it. Haima Glintstone Crown. Battle Mage. Kinda looks dope. Most of the Glintstone Crown bestowed upon Raya Lucaria scholars whose pursuit were deemed worthy. Increase intelligence and strength to the determinant of FP. Ooh. Scholar of the Haima Conspectus sought to power the Quell conflict to this end. The sorcerer of a cannon fire and gravel. Interesting. Whenever war broke out and the Academy sealed its gates, only High Mass Scholar dared venture outside. I see. Battle Mage. That's such a cool title. Okay, we're gonna cross the bridge. Have we been there? I think we haven't. Yeah, we haven't been here. Hello? Holy shit. Shit amount of rats. Mama rats over here. Giant rat ashes. Ow. Okay, he killed Torin. Alright. Alright, I'm about to die. Alright, rats are so annoying. Still probably the most annoying enemy in this game. Fuck, in the fucking series, these guys are annoying. That's it? In short, seems familiar. Fire required ahead and then no poison ahead. Whoa, what the fuck is that place? The shaded cat. No, I think that's there. Yeah, holy, that looks cool. Okay, now we have to go there. Shit, bruh. Should we use the shortcut? Let's check out the bridge first. Usually there's some rare drop if there's like a broken bridge. Or at least some worthy drop. So many death? Ah, from the Battle Mage. Alright, let's see. Who is that? Oh. Not an enemy. Just pointing at the Earth Tree. Okay. Hello? Sir? Alright. I hear something down there. Interesting. Very interesting fellow. Okay. Let's go down there. Ba-da-ba-bum. What are you guys doing here, huh? Alright, let's parkour down. Where is it? There. Ooh. Some Royal Knights. There's no drops over there, so we skip them. No drops over here either. There's some big guy over there. Was the onion head guy? Ooh. Oh! Look what we have stumbled upon here, people. Some loots. We definitely need to check this one out. Hey, what's up? Ah! Ah! That's right, sit down. Big boy, chill out as well. Is one of the loots, and I'm out. No one's here, don't worry. Alright, he noticed. Let's get the fuck out. Okay, let's fight the other guy. Skirp! Any loots? Any looters? No loots. It's stolen. Alright. I don't know. I think we can not fight him. Oh wait, I thought he's damaged. Alright, never mind. We gotta fight him now. Oh. Didn't expect weak foe. Whoa, wait. He planted his shit when he died. That's interesting. Wait, what did I get from his? Shit. It looks like he's guarding a grave there. Kinda sad. I'm sorry, bro. What time is this? 1 a.m. Fuck. I want to keep going. Been live for 5. Let's do like 1 more hour until like 2 a.m. I think. It's weekend. No rush. No rush, Arena. Ooh. Almost fall. Wee. More over here. Why is there so many of them? What the fuck? Huh. Oh, there's some stuff here. Check it out real quick. Might be some ruins with drops. Yeah, for sure. Ew. What the hell is this? Alright then. Whoa, what the fuck? Damn, these guys are... Oh, these guys are weak against fire. There it is. Still though, fuck. I'm not gonna waste my shit, I think. Uh-oh. Jesus. They're not chilling with the fucking body horror in this game. Sacramental Bud. Wonder what does this do? We're even killing there? No idea. It's me. Alright. Let's fight time. Sanguine Noble. Alright, got some dagger. I'm gonna expect this guy to be able to grab me. Shit! Alright. Pretty strong, huh? Ah! Alright, missed. Alright, not bad. Looks like my only weakness is another people who also have blood loss. Fuck. Kinda makes sense, kinda makes sense. Yup. Bloody Hellas. I'm assuming it's a dagger? No. Rapier? Heavy thrusting sword. Oh, it's a heavy fencer. What? Whoa. Interesting. It's like a ballet. It's too heavy though. Not a big fan. Alright, let's get the fuck out. Now the question is, where the fuck do we go from here? We just go down? Is he gonna fight me or not? Okay. We'll go left side. Alright, I'm gonna follow the road. Into the new content we go! After this visit. Oh wait, this is the same exact place earlier that I got distracted from. Fuck. Hey Dave, what's up? Thank you for the daily text. How you doing? New content, Mount Gelmir. Interesting. Are we going on a mountain? Well, I guess, judging by the looks, it looks like we are. Damn, okay. Some soldiers. Whoa. There's some fights going on here. They're enemies? Wait, isn't this guy's soldiers of Leyndell? I actually hate this guy. I'm not even gonna fight him. Thank you very much. Gucci. Nice. Have we been to the tower? Oh, it's that. Okay, we've been there yesterday. I don't think we explored enough, but fuck. Fuck it, did. Okay, there's so many of these guys. It's like Iron Maiden that moves. It's a nightmare fuel if I've ever seen one. Okay. Jesus Christ, they even tortured the giants. That's fucked up. Stay away, doggy. Oh, I am not allowed to ride my horse. Invaded by Anastasia Tarnished Eater. Ew. Oh! How you doing? Okay, you're weak as shit. Alright, fair enough. Alright, fair enough. Note taken. And I'll see you around. Yeah, eat my left nut tarnished balls. Sacred butchering knife. Huge carving knife made to cleanly butcher the human body. Nice. Signature weapon of the ogres Anastasia, known to have eaten countless tarnished, well disguised as a finger maiden. Interesting. That was a disguise. I was like, why the fuck a tarnished eater looks like some fucking, you know, very well-mannered outfit thingy thing. Apparently it's just a disguise. Skirt. Okay, looks like we cannot go here. It's blocked. Turn back and then seek ladder. Aye, sir. Let's see the map. Oh wait, there's none. It's definitely not a downwards path. We're gonna go up. But which up do we go, though? Definitely not this. I don't see any ladders. Didn't expect sadness. gotta be honest, I'm not sure where we're supposed to go here. Okay, let's go through the Iron Maiden area. Maybe I missed something there. Maybe. Ooh, FPS, bro. I do wish this game is gonna be more playable in the future. 60 FPS and all of that bullshit. What the fuck is going on down there? Some epic fight. Looks like. Oh. Hello, what's up? Oh, I found it! Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Okay, never mind, we're good. Jesus Christ, man. Thank God TP exists in this game. How long is this ladder? Snake Eater! Could this be a snake? Praise the stealth. Fucking A. Grace! Let's go. Touch grass. I got 50k as well. Alright, more HP, I guess. I think we're gonna cap it at that for HP. Ah! Holy shit! Oh, there's a wolf. Hello, boy. Did you... It's like Sif. Remind me of Sif. Sorry, man. Why has everyone died here? The fuck? No way. Oh my god. There's no way everyone attempted this. Oh no, he tried. Oh no. Everyone trying to do the same thing. Oh my fucking god. Oh shit, he got a reindeer hat. Different strat, alas, same result. Sag. Such is the life cycle of a Dark Souls player. If it looks traversable, try at least. Only death can be the proof if it's traversable or not. Like this guy. See? Dark Souls players will try anything to try to find a fucking broken... This guy don't even try. He's not even trying. Behold the IQ size of us Souls players. Ooh, holy knife. Sorry, sir. Looks like everyone's just sad. Oh wait, no, they're eating their fellow soldiers. Alright. Okay then. They all turn into a cannibal. Alrighty. I'll see you guys later. Hello. Fire arrow. Okay. Good loot. High spot. Pulley bow. Looks dope, not gonna lie. Ah, shit. It looks like one of those bows, like professional bow. Professional, what's the word? Professional, you know. Ooh. Ooh. The weapon art's so sexy. There bow build in this game? I mean, if you try hard enough, sure. I wouldn't recommend it. But there are definitely some crazy motherfucker out there that definitely do it. I'm not even you know, doubt this the possibility. It is definitely possible. Although I do not recommend it. For obvious reason. You're chasing me up here? Big mistake. Alright, we can jump over there. Hiya! Like, if you just like YouTube Dark Souls bow or some shit like that, definitely there's a lot of people out there that attempted to do it. It's not the most efficient, but it's definitely gonna make the games way, like, it's gonna create a new level of difficulty. Dark Souls with bow. Can only imagine the amount of frustration that you have to go through. This game is already hard enough by itself with a fucking melee weapon, even magic. A bow is like next level difficulty. It's like for people who have the level of patience of a kindergarten teacher, if that makes sense. Ooh. This is the same place that where we fought the fucking Beast Eye Quivers. No way! No way we're gonna meet the fucking boat guy. No fucking way. If my Beast Eye is Quivers, that means there's some enemies that's gonna drop Death Root. Bow build sounds cool. I mean, kinda, yeah. It's just unfortunately you cannot really like shoot fast in this game. Like you can, but like it's not as fast as a melee. If you can, I feel like it's definitely super possible. Like, look at this. This is the fastest you can shoot. You know what I mean? And this is my weapon speed. And that's spamming the attack button. What the fuck is this place? Jesus Christ, man. Miyazaki, you motherfucker. Hi. I'm dead. Why do I even try? You think I can jump into that place? God damn it, man. Of course we're gonna find this kind of places. Of fucking course. Okay, immediately start moving. What? There we go. I don't think I can make it. Holy fuck! Last second, dude. That's literally 1 second. Alright. Oh, fuck me. Okay, you do have to jump for this one. Hurrah! Easy, first try. Be wary of left. Of course. It's always this motherfucker. Alright, nice aim, Rad. Nyang. Nyang. What was that? Interesting. Nyang. Anything up here? Nothing. Looks like right is dead ahead. Oh, there's some enemies here. Peekaboo. Come at me, bitch. Yeah, that's right, motherfucker. Try again. That's right. Sit down. What about the other guy? Oh, he's stuck. Aww. All right. I can't take this. Be wary of left in short, try right. No. Okay, looks like everyone's struggling. Oh, you motherfucker game. You motherfucker. I fucking hate this game. It's actually a dead end. This fucking game, dude. This fucking game. You bunch of fucking smartasses, devs. God damn it, man. Fucking shit. Alright, here we go again. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Do you fight a meteor yet? Which one are you talking about? The meteor. Hoo-yah! No fucking way, bro. Well, I just lost 17,000. No, I mean, I know I fought a couple, I think 2 bosses that have a meteor spell. Like, you remember the purple, the insect guy that we fought yesterday? Or not yesterday, 2 days ago. I think that's why I died. God damn it, man. 17,000's gone again. Ah! You bitch ass bait motherfucker. Ow. Alright, I know how to do this now. Oh wait. You made the wrong choice, brother. Sayonara. Now it's a whole lot easier. I think the fire doesn't damage me much. There's definitely a drop there. Now I kind of want to give it a try. How am I immune to fire? The fuck? Okay, that is not. I don't think there's anything down there. I don't think that's how lava works. Or I don't know how the fuck this lava works. Did anyone ever try to step on into lava? Does it kill you instantly or not? Jesus Christ! Bro! Oh my god, these guys are so fucking annoying. Water time. All right. This game is fucking my ass right now. Feels real nice. I thought the lava is insta-kill. That's why I was so scared of it. Not Masso, by the way. Has a lot of G fuel. What do you mean? Ooh, we can drop down. Ah, fuck. No! I didn't even drop down that far. Fuck. Miscalculated. Bye-bye. Whoom. Smoldering butterfly. Interesting. The game wants you to drop down here. Is the proper way to go in? It's an enemy though. There's a way out. Oh, not you! Woo! Ooh, we got their armor. Bloodhound Knight. Looks very iconic. Wait, not that one. Metal helm pointed beak worn by the Bloodhound Knights. The Bloodhound Knights are trained as hunters and known to be unshakable trackers. Rather than the use of language, each knight chooses his own master. Once the decision is made, the knight stays loyals for life. Oh. And this is his master. Gelmir Knight. Damn. Lore achieved. I'm worn by knights once loyal to Praetor Rykard. Its crest of red feathers symbolizes Rykard's prodigy as Lord Radagon's son. Interesting. So Rykard's is Radagon's son. Radagon's. Interesting. Oh my god. Okay. Nyom. What are you doing there? Oh god, I'm not in full HP! Oh my god, that was so scary. Wow! What the fuck? Okay! Jesus! That was something. Hello again, guys. How many times is this so far, chat? Like 5? Oh, I fucked up. You wanna go next? No, not you. No, not you. You. What the fuck? Okay, let's not fight him anymore. We already got his drops. Then we can chill with him. Me and him is already friends now. Now we're not friends with the guy below this place. This motherfucker can eat ass. Alright. Oh, so this is why lava is not deadly. Jesus fucking Christ, this game. I don't think this is how lava works, but I don't think you should do this either. Oh my fucking god. Oh, this is so dumb. What the fuck is this, Miyazaki? What kind of sick fuck? Oh my god. Oh wait. Oh, never mind. Okay, it's a dead end. But there is a path there. So how do I... Do I go up? What? I'm confusion now. Huh. Usually this kind of caves always have a dead end, but it's either a boss fight or a reward, not just nothing. So I'm pretty sure that is not a dead end. Oh my god, it hit me. God damn it. I hate one-tap enemies. Holy shit! Alright. Oh. Bye-bye. Yeah. Let me try to run from this. Ah, shit. This might be a suicide mission. Bye. What? Okay, you were not supposed to survive that. Bam. Oh, the assassin's following me. Where are you right now? Hold up, let me show you. Wham. There. So, yeah, I haven't found the map for this area yet, so actually I have no idea where I'm at. But it's a dungeon. Okay, so we go on. Okay. I know it sounds confusing, but that's the case. Jesus. Oh, fuck, I'm dead. Ooh. It was close. Okay, now the question is that, how do we progress this? It seems to be a dead end. But there's no way it's a dead end. There's got to be something else here. Dude, just say here. Okay, there's another sign there. You can check that out. Oh, there's a safety here. Ah, I see. Now, the question still persists though. Oh wait, he's gone. Oh, he's aiming upwards now. Okay, I got an idea. Watch this. Shit. Oh my god. No fucking way it works. Holy shit. I'm genius. Haha, too late. Pussy. It's probably one of the most unique dungeons puzzle to solve. Never seen anything like that before. And a boss fight, of course. Alright, let's see what is this one. We're definitely gonna die first try, but... Oh wait, it's this one. Okay, we already win. Should it have more damage? Should be no problem. Yep. Excuse me? The reward is the Bloodhound Knife summon? Okay. What? Okay. I want to give it a try. The fuck? There's a weird wolf howl. Alright. Ah, shit. Triggered an enemy. Ah, the wolves. Alright, boys. No time. Todd, are you still playing? Or are you chilling right now? Kinda thinking. It seems like a lot of people have been progressing way further than I am right now. Still playing, I see. So the area I'm at right now is called Mount Gremlin, or whatever the fuck. Mount Gremel? Gremily? Yeah, that thing. Huh? The fuck is this? Wait, isn't this the stone thingy? Oh, someone is showing me the way. Do you know the way? Oh, wait, I can jump down there. Huh? What the fuck? Rainbow stones lead way to riches. I wonder why. Duru. I see. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I mean, I'll come back to you later, yeah? Oh fuck, the letter's right there. I have to kill him. Listen, man, I would love to fight, but I kinda got some like 26k. Some bullshit, bro. Know what I mean? So if you can excuse me, I will take my part and go away. I'll come back later. Don't worry. Bye-bye. Okay, Grace. Oh fuck, not this guys. Whoa, what the fuck are you? Whoa, new enemy. Kaku Glimsta. Oh shit. It's them but birds. Shit. That's not fun. Is he guarding something? Alright, calm down, calm down. Ah, shit. Trina's Lily. Dung. Okay, what is Trina's Lily anyway? Seems like it's a very well protected item. Exceedingly rare to find. I have 32. Okay. I wonder for what. I probably have the recipe, but I don't have the I mean, I have the ingredient, but I don't have the recipe book to make an item that needed that. That's probably why. Why is he up here? Okay. Miyazaki? I didn't remember they know how to fucking climb, so you know what? I'm just gonna like I think he like TP'd the boss for people like me who skip this fuckers. Because I have no time for this bullshit. I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace out. Bye-bye. Adios. Love you long time. I swear, how the fuck does he go up? Did he actually climb the ladders? The hell, bruh. Oh, God. Nope. I am not dealing with you guys right now. Maybe some other time. Okay, he can climb. It's okay though, I can kill him. I just need to touch some grass. Not those fuckers. Anything but this fuckers, man. No, wait, it's a grace here. Go, 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 go. All right, bro. Oh no. Trip caffeine. Oh, what up? Sure. Yeah. Ah, demi-human. They're here. I see. They're annoying little bitches. Oh shit. They're all alerted. Alright. Pretty interesting. Just, you know, go one by one. Okay, never mind. Three, two, one. There we go. Alright, we got a fucking cave, dark cave situation here. Can't see shit. Ambush ahead. Tunnel ahead. Cave. Item. Here. Just extremely dark. What is that? Yeah. What the fuck is that? Okay, it looks like a tunneling system. There's a shit tons of them and these guys. Okay. I mean... You know, like, if we can find, a better path, maybe, I think it would be a better idea. this one. Oh god. Alright, nice hitbox, bro. You! Have you touched some grass today? No. Ah! Alright, miss. Alright. Lump of flesh. And a boss fight. Amazing. Alright. Let's see. Ah, shit, I forgot to summon the other... setting the other summon.
Someone touch the spaghetti.
Oh. What the fuck are you? Huh? Very squishy. Ow. I think I'm over leveled. A little bit over leveled. Yeah. I got a jar of cannon though. Let's try it out. Hiya! Oh, I got no fucking... I got no ammo for that. To be fair, my weapon is basically, it has bleed build-up, which means that the more I hit the enemy in a short amount of time, the bigger chance I get to do critical attack, which is like double or triple the amount of damage in one hit. And I also have that slash attack, which is basically a fucking 3 times damage for 10% or 5% of my HP. I think it's like 5 to 6% of my HP. So yeah. Wait, how do I change my ghosts or whatever the fuck? Oh, I just changed it here. I'm dumb. Alright, let's summon him next time. Blood Knight Theo. Sounds dope. Alright, peace out, bitches. Those knights again. No parkour ahead. I'm not even gonna bother fighting him. Gorgeous view. Ooh, the grave. The assault of Volcano Manor, the squalid and sick, blasphemous wretch, unending war with no glory. Sag, Eye of Yellow. Ah! Grace! Touch some grace. You know, I always wonder if we can go back to the tutorial place, or you know, that one spot where we first create our character and die, like forced to die. I wonder if that's possible. I'm kind of curious what would happen if we killed him, or if there's any other thing that we can do there, because there's like a closed door in that place. They cannot open unless we defeated the boss. But I don't know what is it inside there. Oh. Boss fight! Ooh, new boss. Ah, Jesus fuck. Alright, I haven't even go up yet. It's a bull and a scorpion? Alright, sir. Alright, I can't even see where I'm going. Nice mechanic, bro. Very cool. Oh, don't tell me I have to like climb the ladder every time I died. Oh, it's not a ladder. Thank God. Alright, ready to summon in 3, 2, 1. What? I cannot summon my bro. Wait, what's the requirement? Shit! Alright, fine. I'm gonna summon my guy instead. Ugh. Alright, got this, man. Jesus Christ, that's a 2 attack. Wham! Shit. Wham! Oh God. Extremely agile boss fight. This is gonna be quite the, yeah. Alright. How the fuck do I summon you, bro? FP cost 95. Motherfucker. FP 87. You shithead. Alright, to be fair, I do have a little bit too much HP and literally no FP. That's fair. That seems fair. Well, I think we can alter that real quick. I think it's this one. 96. This guy is 95. Alright, we can do it now. Alright, let's do this. Whee! Alright, I literally just woke up. Alright, motherfucker. Oh, wait, there's an item there. He's weak as fuck. No. Oh shit. Oh, whoa. Oh, you shit. Ah, fuck. Okay. Alright. Nice hitbox, bro. Oh my god. I cannot damage him. If you don't stand still, I'm gonna have a lot of trouble trying to hit you, bro. Oh, you shithead. God, the amount of time I miss my attack is embarrassing. Oh my god. Alright, fair enough. What? Okay, I think that's supposed to have a big tail of attack. What? Okay. I thought I got out. Jesus. Alright, let's attempt this instead. I think this is a better way to fight him. A little bit... Oh shit. It's gonna take a little bit harder to do, but... Oh, yep. I was about to say. Oh my god. Oh. Thank you, Onsen. Oh, this guy is interesting. Definitely one of a kind. I just spawned! Alright, fair enough. I want to buy maidens? I don't think that's how it works, sir. Are you shitting my ass? Lilies. Trying my best to dodge his attack. Holy fuck. What the fuck? Alright, bruh. Mimic, no! What the fuck? Oh! Okay. Oh shit. This is where we die. That's not funny, bro. No! God damn it. You never do that, you fuckface. Alright. Horse is not allowed. Gotcha. No taken. My weapon is weak against him. Oh, shit. He tried to jump. Huh? Okay, nice hitbox. God damn. This horn didn't even touch me. Yeah. Oh. Worst way possible. Alright. Alright, you done? Holy. Analog stick drift. Dumbass. Ow. Ow. Alright, fair enough. Why is he attacking him? I'm dead! Oh, perfect. Wham. Wham, wham. No, I shouldn't dodge that. Fuck. I wonder if he's weak against fire. Yeah, that didn't even hit him. Wham. Ow. Mimic, no! Mimic, you dumb fuck. Oh my god. He switched target out of nowhere. Are you? Oh no, I'm dead. Holy shit, that was close. Huh? Alright. Okay, I have no idea how to dodge that. Do I just run? Oh no, I get close to him. Okay. I got it. Like the further you are when he's doing that, the harder it gets. Too early! Alright, we're still good. Mimic. Mimic. Alright, he got grabbed. Nani? Okay, bro, nice hitbox. I clearly dodged that. Fair and square. What even is this moveset? What the fuck? Mimic? 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 What is he doing? Oh my fucking god. Mother... Bro. Wrong enemy. Bro. Mimic. Bro. You gotta wake up. Okay, I gotta wake you up real hard. Sorry. What? I crashed. Ah! 2 crashes in one go? That's actually rare. No. The Mimic was protecting you all along. The lady with the cool arm from the trailer took me 2 hours and 37 minutes. Hell yeah, dude. That sounds like quite a challenging boss fight. Alright. 1 second. Well, to be fair, it's already 2:30. Ah, shit, man. I would keep going until I beat the boss, but I mean, you know, it's already this late. We can still do it tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday. I don't want to go, even though it's weekend. I don't want to go till morning. kind of thing. Do it? I don't know, man. It's I don't know. Especially if the game's already crashed. It's a little bit different. If we're still in game, I would probably still do it. But now I have to like press play, you know, all that shit. So yeah. Bam bam bam. Hold up. What up, Black Dragonel? To be fair, we got him down to like 30% HP. So as long as I can just keep dodging his attack, because he can kill me in 3 hits, 2 hits, and then 1 more to like finish the everything. Oh my god!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to underscore.
To underscore? Wait, spell Venice name.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Dredgen underscore arbiter.
Anonymous.
Open the door or I'm gonna throw rocks through your windows, you dumb whore.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Yui underscore Mitsu. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Jackly Poridi.
God damn, Anonymous.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Zada Fox.
Dude, I swear to God, I remember I already set up an alert where someone gifted multiple subs at the same time. If someone gifted like 50 subs, it's gotta be like a fucking 10-minute non-stop alert. I need to fix this before that happen. But Anonymous, thank you for 5 gifted sub, humble 5 gifted sub. Thank you so much to Venice, Yui, Zerda Fox, Jack Leo Leoparidae, and Dragon Arbiter. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Appreciate it. Much love. Can I see some Rat Trap H in the chat for Anonymous? Thank you. Anon! Much love, much love. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Much love. Mwah. But yeah, chat. Yeah, I wish I could keep going, but I feel like if I keep going, it's gotta be, you know, it's gotta be up until morning, and I don't really want to mess it up. You know, and we already streamed for like 6.5 hours, which is, you know, I feel like minimum 6 hours stream is good, like 5 minimum. 6 is like 6-7 hours is like the good amount. So I think we're good here. I think we're good. Like if I usually don't stream tomorrow, but if I'm feeling like, you know, I have some free time and I want to progress Elden Ring, I will definitely let you guys know, and I will definitely stream. Because if I'm gonna play Elden Ring, I might as well stream. So, you know, I don't play it off stream, so you guys don't catch a beat. Okay. But yeah, we gotta end it here, unfortunately. But thank you guys all anyway for chilling out in the chat till the end of the stream. Thank you, thank you. Much love, much love. It's been fun. We progressed quite a lot in the stream, to be fair. Fucking, you know, yeah, it's quite a lot. It's quite a lot. Without talking about too much spoilers. But it's quite a lot. Some main story shit. We found the final area, but we cannot go in because we still have to kill the rest of the Elden Lords that's still alive. So we are still got way more to go. That is fun. That is fun to know. So far I am, based on Steam, I think in game I got a shorter amount, but based on Steam I am 63 hours. Almost 67 hours in. I think this is the new record of me actually playing a single player game longer than 10 hours. Yeah. I think the last one that reached the longest hours was Cyberpunk, which is 54 hours or 49 hours, something like that. Almost 50. I think Elden Ring tops it out now. More than 50 hours. For obvious reason. A little bit biased, but hey. Hell yeah. Oh shit. Thank you for screaming, and yes, there's a lot of screams on the Elden Ring streams. As expected, everyone expected that. But thank you guys for, accompanying this screaming dumbass to go through this hard-ass game and fight the same boss over and over and over for hours. Thank you. I'm glad that you guys are not bored with that. But yeah, if you guys new, some of you guys are new here, obviously follow the channel if you haven't. Why have you not at this point if you're already watching? And usually I do not stream tomorrow, which is Sunday. I usually have a day off on Sunday. I stream on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. So usually I don't stream tomorrow, but since I still have this Elden Ring hype going on, flowing in my blood, if I have some spare time, I got nothing to do, I'm bored, Sunday, I'll let you guys know over on Discord and Twitter that, I'm going live. I'm playing some Elden Ring. That's why, other than following the channel, do not forget to follow me on socials, Twitter and Instagram, especially Twitter because I'm more active over there. I'll let you guys know whenever I go live. And I posted some drawings and all that kind of stuff that I do outside streaming. So if you're interested in that, you can follow me on socials, Twitter. Links in the panel down below. Or if you want to hang out with the peeps off stream, or you just want to share some other, non-related stuff or stream-related stuff, just share memes. There's a Discord in the panel down below as well. So yeah, join that Trap House Discord. Join us. And I don't know, maybe someone can actually race against Saints on who can post a lot of memes in a couple hours. I don't know. Saints just have a shit ton of memes to share in the Discord every fucking time. You got a libraries of memes. I'm assuming you're still browse 9gag or some shit like that. You got a lot of memes. I applaud for that. Good shit. What else? There's YouTube. I haven't uploaded any videos for a couple months now, but it's there. Also in the panel down below, or can you search Rat Trap on YouTube? It's there, the only one. I don't know, maybe I'll upload something in the future. We'll see. But yeah, if you want, subscribe. Subscribe to Twitch Prime on Twitch. Bada bing, bada boom. All that kind of stuff. But I think that's all. Once again, thank you, Anonymous, for the very humble 5 gifted sub. Thank you. And then thank you, Yui, with the raid earlier. Appreciate it, much love. With the follows alongside the raids. There's actually an Anonymous also gifted earlier at the start of the stream to Perry. So that's like, yeah, either 5 and 1, 2 different Anonymous gifters. I don't know. But thank you all so much for the gifted subs. I think that's it. I think we're good to go once again. Appreciate every single one of you for hanging out till the end of the stream, especially you guys who are chilling out in the chat. Saints Flow, One Sin, Disaster Pain, Zerda Fox, Gara, Essex, Black Dragon, Aonamida, Dave, Exos Equilibrium, and everyone else that chilling out till the end of the stream. But also, those people who have my stream open in the background while doing their own stuff, or even playing Elden Ring as well, but still want to chill out. listening to my agony screams here and there. I appreciate you. Respect. Much love. Thank you for the support. And I think that is all. Once again, thank you guys all for watching. Take it easy. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Don't forget to exercise. Drink a lot of water. And all that kind of shit. Stay healthy, because I want to see you guys on the next stream. Peace out. Yeah. Make your own coffee. It tastes good. It's my words of the day. Yeah. I think that's all. Alright. Take it easy. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Oh, this song is so good. Yeah, let's chill Leo for today. I can let you you guys can go whatever you guys want to go. All right. Yeah, probably next time. All right. I'm gonna peace out as well, real quick. But appreciate anyway. Yeah. Right next time. Bye bye. Good night, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Love you all. I'll see you guys on the next one or tomorrow if I stream. Love you. Bye.